Check. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Oh my goodness, it's been so hectic, so crazy trying to get some free time to stream. So thank you all for tuning in for a little last minute pop-up stream. Although it's last minute going live, it hasn't been last minute on my mind. I have been thinking about doing a fly-by-wire stream for about a week now. I got called out for a trip on my last 3 days of reserve and ended up being a 4-day trip as usual, fly all the way to the max credit. And then I got called for a trip tomorrow now too, so it's a grinder, y'all. It is an absolute grinder. First year at an airline is I know why people quit. Just say that. So it's been an absolute grinder, but I've been wanting to do this flight since we last flew. I even posted some screenshots in the Discord a while back, and we're going to take a little look at the fly-by-wire A320 Neo. We know it has sounds, and what like epic sounds, and what prompted me to actually think about doing the fly-by-wire again is I was commuting to Miami on a 321 Neo with the Leap 1Bs with these Neo motors here, and I was sitting right next to the engine. I was sitting right behind the engine, or I guess right behind the cowling, or the lip of the cowling, so kind of middle of the engine. And oh my gosh, it was the loudest vibration and motoring light off sequence that I had heard in a while. So much so I even got my phone out to record it, but by the time I got my recorder on, it was over. It didn't pick up very well. So that prompted me, like, hey, I haven't flown the CFM Neo in flight sim in a very long time. So I fired it up. I did a couple little test flights, and it was very surprising. There's been a lot of changes on the airplane. Chaos posted a change log since the last time we flew this thing. It's like 500 pages long. They're still getting updates. It's still being tweaked. There's been some new additions, and we'll take a look at that today. We're also flying to Burbank, which, I should have probably done a test flight into there to at least see how the airplane would handle going into Burbank. But we've got the new BM World Burbank, which looks epic. I was entertaining the thought of doing a two-legger, San Jose, Burbank, San Jose or something. Depending on how the stream goes, maybe we'll do a short leg after this. We'll see how long it takes us to get over to Burbank from Albuquerque here in New Mexico. And if everything works out, we might do a second quick hop just departing Burbank for full Toga thrust. So Sim Update 5, so far so good, knock on wood, Airplane, now I haven't flown this airplane in Sim Update 5 yet, so that's always a surprise when you get to fly something new for the first time in the new Sim Update and you get to do it live, so pretty sweet. Jeremy Harvey in the house, getting ready to fly my 5-hour sim slot. Jeremy Harvey's going to the real world sim right now, dude. That is so awesome. Enjoy yourself. Make sure you come back, give us a report on how it all went down. Just enjoy the time, man. Soak it in. That is a very awesome opportunity to get to a fly real world sim right now. So Jeremy Harvey, enjoy it, my friend. Let me know how the experience is. Bill's Mafia in the house. Hey, what's up, man? Good. 28 months. Good to see you, man. Milan, good to see you as well. 21 support. And Alexander357, the big beef. Good to see you, man. Welcome up. Thanks for 11 months support. And Airbus stream, what is this, 2025? Zach, I know. It has been, and you guys probably thought I was going to fly the Phoenix if I got back on the Airbus, but I want to be in the Neo. I want to see, because I've been commuting on Neos, so it's time to put it to the test here. Good, Mickey G, good to see you, my man. Hope all is well. Hope all's well with you, Mickey G. Good to see you here. Turk Karen is in the house. Love your channel. Shalom from Tel Aviv. Jesus. What's up, Turk? Thanks for the 29 months of support. Airbus is old news. Well, you know what is new news is the V2 Sim channel as well. If you guys are here, there is a pinned comment. I encourage you to go check out the V2 Sim channel. It's got one short video out. There's going to be another one coming out today. I'm going to probably be uploading 2 or 3 short videos a day, just to kind of get some momentum going for the next couple of weeks or so. We'll talk about the V2 Sim channel in cruise, but just for those that are here right now, what is V2? Why are you starting another channel? I believe it was T-Tut Company or T-Tut Co. He came to me. It was either him or I forget. Maybe it was Captain Tango. We were Expo 2025, and somebody said, have you ever thought about doing some content where you cut down your streams to like the teachable moments, because sometimes it's hard to find the content in a 3-4 hour stream, even a 2 hour stream. You know, like we'll go over something really niche, or like we'll really get into a teaching moment, but then that's kind of lost forever. So, and that just stuck with me. That comment stuck with me. And I'm like, how can I do that? And I was like, well, I could run it off the V1 channel, you know, but then I was like, YouTube and the algorithm is kind of weird. It kind of likes, you know, long form, stay long form, short form, stay short form, stay in your lane. We kind of tried some shorts and some vertical streams all on the V1 channel. You guys probably remember that. We were dual streaming. And I did a trial period on that just to see what the numbers look like. And it wasn't really panning out to what I thought it would be. So I decided, you know what, let's start a new channel, V2 Sim, and that'll be our short form content. And it will also probably be the shorter tutorial videos. So like full-blown tutorial series, if I start doing longer videos, it'll probably still be on V1. But as far as like, you know, maybe a 10-minute video on INSs or something like that, that'd probably be on the V2 channel. Or if we go over in-depth VOR DME updating on the INS and the Felis, I'm going to clip that out of a stream, and then I will put that in a short video, and that'll be uploaded to V2 Sim. That way each channel has its lane. We got shorter edited video
on the aircraft carrier landing into Burbank
and long form content. Callie Simmer.
Check out your DM. Cheers, Cap.
Callie Simmer, thank you so much. Cheers to you. We're headed your way right now. West Coast, best coast. Can't wait to fly over there. The carrier landing indeed. Thank you so much, Callie Simmer. I appreciate the support. I will pick up a latte and cruise. I'm definitely needing one right now. I just have some ice water. Thank you so much, Callie Simmer. Shout out to Wrong Side for me as well. But let him know I said hi. I haven't talked to that dude in a long time. Hope all is well. So thank you so much for the support, Callie Simmer. We will see you hopefully Expo 2026, maybe. I'm going to try. I don't know if I have the time off yet. Like I said, I got a couple more weeks, and then we'll figure out if I have the time off. And if I do have the time off, I will try to get out to Expo indeed. So, Jeremy says, will this channel be stay? Yeah. Oh yeah, Jeremy. This channel's gonna nothing is going to be taken away from the V1 channel. Don't you worry about that. This is mostly going to be the long form content, or long videos, something like that. Nothing's going to be taken away from this. It's really just for if we go over a 3-hour stream, like I said, we'll cover a couple topics that we may not cover for another month or so, but that's all lost in a long-form content, and I don't want to lose the long-form content interaction with you guys live. So mixing it up with the V2 channel, I think, is going to be the way to do it. So that is pinned in the comment or below. I'll have a link in the description at the end of the stream. If you haven't, head over there, hit the sub button. It's completely free, and I enjoy sharing some more information with y'all. So basically an educational clips channel. Hey, Mr. Sack, good to see you, man. That's a good way to put it. So greetings from the land of the Patriots and Duncan. What's this new channel I hear? Sam, go ahead, hit that link. Go ahead and subscribe, my man. You flying, or are you just sitting on reserve? Dude, I got another trip tomorrow. It's actually the one I balloted for. I got to go down to Costa Rica. Oh, I got so much to talk to you guys about in cruise. Remind me, I've got an earthquake story for you guys. My first earthquake experience in, 20 years. Not my first one ever, but it's been a very long time since I've been in an earthquake. I was in an earthquake on the road. Remind me in cruise. Let's get this airplane fired up, and we've got a nice, hour, 45-minute or so cruise over there, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about it. Mick Oatmeal, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my man. He says, a sub to the new channel, but as you know, Barry desperately needs a rescue. Listen, Mick Oatmeal, if I wasn't getting called out tomorrow, I'd be doing Barry tonight. But unfortunately, I did the math. I spent 8 days. I woke up in my bed 8 days this month. 30 days in the month of, May? April, May, January, February, March, April, the month of April. We're in May now. It's May 1st. I spent 8 days in my bed. Yeah. So, if I get the time, we're doing it. Barry needs a rescue, my man. Barry needs a rescue. Let's fire this thing up and let's rock and roll here. All right, into the cockpit. Here we go, the A320neo. I'm going to turn the sounds up. Let's just take a listen to the sound environment. We do know this is Boris Audio Works, and I haven't seen a 320 this is going to be an interesting one. Probably should have done a practice stream. Let's go ahead and fire it up. I think I remember how to do it. Battery 1, battery 2. Oh, yeah, Chad, it's coming back to me. Oh, yeah. It's coming back. Flying later today, got the ultra long haul. Oh, you got that one, Sam? Going to SFO? Dude, there was one in Miami too, but I did not get it, thankfully. I did not want it. It was a 5-day, man. It was like 4 days with the red eye. It was red eye back on day 5, essentially. I said, hell no. Sam, so my problem is, as we boot up here, I was thinking about MBEing to Phoenix, Sam, but if I'm entitled to Dallas, I don't know if that'll mess it up. Does Fly-by-Wire pass the battery test? Tyson, let's give it a shot. Airplane is booted up. Let's go ahead into our overhead flow. We will give it a test indeed. I don't remember how to start. We start from the bottom? Yeah, there we go. Crew supplies on, ground control, CVR test. Rock and roll. Captain Pers will go to Captain. Nav 1, 2, and 3. Looking good. So I guess some juice lights in the overhead. Yeah, let's juice up the overhead a little bit. Let's get the nav light on. No electrical devices. We'll put that in auto, actually. Emergency exit lights, arm. Coming up here, we got 2 fault lights. That's normal. Let's see if it passes the electrical battery test. So we should have, well, right now it's still charging. So I tell you what, ask me in like 2 minutes. We'll try it again because we just fired up. Fire test looks good. Coming out the right-hand side, that all looks good. Guys, I'm struggling to remember my flows around this thing. That's not good. Let's do a magic barrel ref while we're looking at it. We'll put constraints on. VOR. That's all cleared out across the board. FMGC. Let's do initialize, init request. And we'll come down here, 2000. We'll throw you on TARA, that's fine. Auto. These are off. That's off for right now. Excellent. Excellent. There are checklists in the EFB. Who needs no stinking checklists? I don't need no stinking checklists, Chaos. Now, what I do like... Okay, one thing, Chaos. If I click dispatch, my screen goes blank and my EFB is dead. So, I don't hit this button for some reason, Chaos. If I hit this, the AFB just kind of goes unresponsive. All right, fuel. I want to download from SimBrief. It's going to take 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and start the real... This is... Okay. Is that the right amount of fuel? 5,600 pounds. Oh, we're going up to 13,000? Okay. So, I would love any builds or some other devs to take a look at this EFB for this loading sequence. For those of us who have quit the drug of GSX, I know some of you love GSX. That's great. More power to you. Me personally, I'm anti-GSX. It became more of a headache than an enjoyment for me personally. Some people love it, whatever, it's just my personal opinion. But this is the best way to do this simulated real-time loading without GSX. You download it, you can select the refuel time, the loading time, and it's all done here. So you still get that sense of I gotta wait till things are complete before I do something else. And it allows you to kind of get that same pre-flight feeling, if you will. Insta-load, like on the L1011, man, that's one of the big drawbacks from it. It's something so simple, like you just got to make a little bit of a counter or something, I don't know. But it's a simple detail like having real-time loading through the EFB that's not GSX that I really, really like. So I really would love to see this. Fly-by-Wire has always had a really good fly pad. They call this the fly pad, and it's always been very solid, and it's never really given me any issues. So knock on wood. Now it'll be a bunch of issues on this stream, I'm sure. But all right, let me get we need to juice up. We're kind of under some cloud cover here, so let's get the main integral lights up as well. That looks good. And we'll come over here. All right, guys, I don't remember how to look at this. So IRS init, align on ref, that's fine. Sure. Flight plan, Albuquerque, Zuni, Pirate, that's all good. Let me pull up the actual flight plan over here. And no ATC online. We are on Iveo. I believe there's a Southwest over there. But what do they have us planning on departing? We are planning departing runway 8. All right, so let's go ahead and select departure runway 8 on the Rounders 3. Rounders 3, guys. This FMC McDo looks so weird. My goodness. Wingnut's in the house. This stream has OG V1 Sim vibes. What's up, Wingnut? Good to see you, man. This is OG, dude. This is pretty OG V1 sim stream here. There's our departure. All right, so the up and down scrolling of the McDo is completely. Wait, that's Rounders. Wait, what? Oh, Roadrunner 3. Sorry, thank you. Gosh, you scared me, Tyson. Roadrunner 3. Thank you. I thought I had the wrong flight plan loaded in the box. No, we're good. I said it wrong. You're right. Roadrunner. All right, Burbank arrival. Is ILS 8? Now there's a couple of them there. Let's take a look because the fly pad is so nifty. We'll just come here. We'll go to from to approaches. I forget which one we want, the Zulu or Yankee. We don't want that one. We want the Yankee. Yeah, the Yankee is typically what they issue. We'll do the Yankee, and we're coming down the Janny 5. We'll go ahead and pin these up here right now. Janny 5, that's going to take us from the north out to Wabbit, and then the ILS a Yankee, runway 8. And I'll tell you what, we'll load it off of Silex if it gives us the option. We'll see. All right, so ILS... I have short-term memory loss. Too many max flights. I get wingnut, dude. So the F22, the 737 Max has the equivalent for me of Raptor cough. I don't know what it is, man. Every time I'm in a Max, I start coughing, and I wonder if it's like Raptor cough. Was that the Yankee? No, it's the Zulu. That's the Yankee. We want the Yankee. And I selected the Zulu. Gosh dang it, Chaos. Well, I hope your box works. Here we go. Let's try it again. Burbank, arrival, Zulu. And we want the Janny Fife. And we're coming off of Needles. Needles transition. Needles via approach via Silex. That's what we want. Zulu, Silex, Janny 5, Needles transition. No, I don't have any coffee. I didn't have any coffee, vodka. I'm behind on the coffee this morning. All right, so that looks good. Now, primary is in there. I believe, look at this. Look at this. A long-awaited secondary flight plan has been initialized in the fly-by-wire. Very cool. Now, I don't have my charts ready for this. I keep looking for departures, arrivals. Oh my gosh, I've been in a Boeing too long. Secondary flight plan. If we have to come back around, let's come back around to ILS 8. All right. No star. No via. All right. Perfect. Secondary is in there. You could also load up secondary perf. Look at this. We got a whole secondary flight plan in the box here. This is really cool. Man, the Airbus has got such a nice setup here. What was the meter? 3011. So for those of you wondering what we use secondary flight plan for is if we were to have an issue on takeoff, and in particular issues such as an engine failure, there are certain airports that have special engine out procedures that are different from the actual departure procedures that you're flying. We would load those in the secondary flight plan, and with the push of a button or two, that automatically gets loaded and populated, and the aircraft can fly the secondary engine out emergency profile. You can also preload all of the information here, so when you get to the approach phase, you don't have to look around and dig for information to get your courses, your radio frequencies, all that stuff. It is all preloaded at the gate. So, it's a really nifty feature. I love the secondary flight plan. Boeing has Route 2 as their pseudo one, and it's not as good as secondary flight plan. I'll just be honest with you. Secondary flight plan is better than Route 2, although it's almost the same. Secondary flight plan takes the cake. There's a little bit more you could program. So this is very cool to see this whole thing loaded in the fly-by-wire. If you guys remember the fly-by-wire when it first came out, you know, it was pretty bare bones, but this is awesome to see how far it's come. So that's all good. And this is a completely free airplane, by the way. If you're wondering what airplane I'm flying, this is a free A320neo from Flight Sim TO. Well, actually, you get it off the fly-by-wire website. So secondary is done. RadNav page. I'll tell you what, we'll hard tune ABQ. Progress page. There is something we would have to put in there for engine out, but I don't have my chart. So let's just do this. KABQ08. Boom. Perf. Init B page. Now we're going to wait to load this because we're going to get the aircraft loaded up first. So let's go back to the ground. Let's go to payload. And I need to start boarding. 180 people. Yeah. Begin the boarding process. So they're going to begin boarding. Our perf is loading. My flight plan looks a little bit sussy. We got the roundabout there, but we'll make sure we take a look at that when we get airborne. We'll let that finish up. Let's go ahead and try the battery test now real quick. The electrical page is on. Battery's off. Battery's on. So battery test looks good. All right, fueling is complete. Get our fuel tank pumps on. Get the seatbelt sign on. Let's get the AP ready to spool up, and we'll go take a listen to it outside because it's going to be epic. Wingnut, thanks for the 60 months. My goodness, 60 months of support, dude. Watching you struggle through the Airbus as a Boeing pilot warms my heart. 737 go. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Wingnut. Oh, my goodness. All right, starting that. Let's go outside. Cold water, definitely not as good as coffee. I'm going to text the wife right now. Mr. Martini, good to see you, man. Zippy Zappa, Isle of the Yankee Captain, also dang, 33 months. I'm not going to change it again. We'll have to deal with it. Did I screw it up again, Zippy? 33 months, goodness me. Thank you for the support, man. Appreciate you. Zippy, we'll talk again too soon. Trust me, we'll talk again, my man. All right, Chrono's coming on. 2 minutes on that. We're going to wait for that to finish up. We'll go ahead and turn the electrical page off. Engine page, that looks good. Bleed. Pressurization is an auto 750 for Burbank. That checks. Hydraulics look normal across the board. APU, can see she's a veil. Flap open. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That all looks good. Now, who's ready for wing view? Check out this wing view, guys. So this livery is a particular Hughes livery, and it adds some real fine detail on the flap track fairings and the engine pylon. Epic. That is an epic looking engine pylon right there. Even Wingnut, the nitpickiest of nitpicky. Look at that. Look at that engine pylon right there. That's pretty dang good. Alright, sorry, I had to text the wife trying to get a vanilla latte delivery here. Sean Fraser, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, man. Says, I apologize for the stupid question. There are no stupid questions. But how do you know what vectors to follow in departure or approach? Sean, so in real life, your vector is going to be coming from air traffic control. So you pretty much going to listen to their instructions. Now, you also have to maintain situational awareness and know where you're at all times, right? So if you get a vector that doesn't make sense, then you would query ATC. But generally, real life, they're going to be vectoring you exactly where you need to be going. But if you're not under ATC or under radar coverage, then you're probably on some sort of a flight plan, which then you would be using your instruments to figure out where you are. Maintaining situational awareness at all times is going to be the key, my friend. Situational awareness and positional awareness. Listen to the packs come on here. Gonna stutter. Oh, you know what? It's this, that stutter you're seeing? I know what it is now. It's this scenery. This is a 2020 scenery. I thought this was a new one. This is a 2020 Albuquerque. it's pretty good, but I've noticed with almost 100% consistency, 2020 sceneries on the ground don't necessarily tank my perf unless they're super unoptimized like Salt Lake, but they give me that quick stutter sometimes between view changes. I've noticed that pretty much exclusively with 2020 sceneries in 2024. I'm excited to show you guys the Burbank up there in that new Burbank we got. It's pretty nice. Guru, we did the battery test. It passed. It already passed. Already passed, my man. All right. No ATCs online, so we're going to set a top altitude. Let's just go ahead and set 16,000 for right now. A couple things we're going to take a look at here. Perf in the climb phase. Cost index 10. I'm going to pre-select. Well, I'm going to wait till we get our perf numbers. I'm going to actually pre-select our clean speed because of the terrain. So this is something we do in the 7.3. We pre-select basically our clean speed, our bug up speed, climbing out of Albuquerque. So that's going to really keep us boogieing up till we get up and out of the terrain. So we'll wait till our weight and balance finishes here. You can see we got real-time loading. They're doing a good thing right there. So we'll just take a sit back, enjoy the ambiance. Oh my goodness, EA Eagle Digital. EA Eagle Digital dropped a $100 super chat. My goodness me, my man. Thank you so much for an extremely generous super chat. Get some positive rates in the chat for EA Eagle Digital. It says, currently working on my PPL. I work in marketing, but aviation has been the passion since FSX. The goal is to sign a part-time contract on the 320 by next year. Would you recommend Tolus on X-Plane versus Phoenix? Ooh, would you recommend something like a virtual type rating? So, man, that's a great question. First off, awesome, man. I really commend guys like you that do the career change. That I mean, there's definitely people that have done it. Listen, if aviation bug has bit you and you want to go in aviation, you're doing the right thing, man. So, working at PPL, knock that out. For as far as like, what is the best Tolus on X-Plane for Phoenix for training? That's going to depend really at this point on what kind of computer setup you got at home. Like if you have a really powerful computer at home, the Phoenix right now is probably going to give you more bang for your buck right now if you have a powerful computer at home that can run Microsoft 2024 and you want to get the Phoenix, because that's going to cover multiple airframes, really good systems, a really good package deal. Now, if you already have X-Plane installed, X-Plane 12, and you want to, and you don't know if you should get Tolus and X-Plane 12 or jump into Microsoft with the Phoenix, Tolus is still phenomenal on X-Plane 11, X-Plane 12. What separates X-Plane Tolus right now from Microsoft and Phoenix is the ability to do situations over and over again. So for instance, doing V1 cuts or engine failures, you can save your state in the Tolus. You can fly the profile. As soon as you're done, snap back, go right back to where you started, fly it again. Snap back, go back, fly it again. So for repetition and training in certain scenarios, you really can't beat that in the Tolus in X-Plane 12 right now. That is a really good feature for legitimate real-world training. Now, also, single-engine performance and that stuff, I've typically done all that in X-Plane because it still tends to be, well, at least back in the day when I was still on the bus, it tended to be a little bit more accurate with single-engine handling. Now, in the recent updates with the Phoenix, you're really just going to be splitting hairs at this point. It's going to come down to the hardware you're using and what you're trying. Are you trying to get repetition out of certain phases? Then you want to be an X-Plane. But if you just want to learn the Airbus and learn it well, and kind of just get the big picture really nailed down, then I would go Phoenix. So you can't go wrong either way, but that's just kind of how I would lay those two out for you if you're looking for some real-world training. Iron Baller, we flying some animals today? What's up? Using your PackSim Salt Lake, there's a 2024 version. I know. I gotta do that, Iron Baller. That was a big boo-boo there when we had the 2020 Salt Lake situation going on. So, yeah, I'm gonna fix that. Afternoon, Captain V2 plus 10. What's new with the fly-by-wire? Man, there's a ton of stuff new, man. We got secondary flight plan. Somebody said we could load winds now. I don't even remember how to load winds. How do you load winds in the Airbus? Winds, temps, wind request. Look at this. Can we actually look at that? We've just pulled in our winds. That is so cool, man. Love it. We got our winds. Oh, what am I also doing? Look, look, look. Let's get the weather. ATSU, AOC. What am I looking at? Do we do ATIS or weather request? Weather request, Albuquerque. I don't want the alternate. Let's clear Ontario out. And I don't want Burbank right now. Let's clear that out. So just give me Albuquerque. I was definitely not expecting to stream this plane again. Lemon Wolf. So it happened because I flew literally in this seat right here. This is pretty much the exact seat I was in when I was sitting there taking the 10 p.m. flight to Miami, commuting to work, and we're pushed back. The engine starts starting up, and my teeth start rattling. The sounds were so aggressive. I hadn't heard a LEAP start up like that in so long that I immediately thought, well, no, this isn't cool. I'm on a real Airbus. Can't wait for takeoff. No, my immediate thought was, I need to get back in the fly-by-wire and fire up those engines. So, I don't know if that means, but I have a slight tism here with airplanes, but that was my first thought when I heard that airplane starting up in real life. I'm like, I got to get in the fly-by-wire. I want to compare the two. So, and I've been wanting to do this, like I said earlier, for a couple weeks. I just haven't had the time. Mr. Martini, will we get an opportunity to meet you at Flight Sim Expo? Man, like I said, I won't know if I have the time off for another 2 weeks. Right around the 15th or so of this month, I should know if I have the time off for Expo. So, let's see. Company Misagi. So let's go back here.
Boarding completed.
From the flight deck. On behalf of myself, your captain, the
Who's
first
that?
officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to see final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
I will say this. I miss being a captain. Definitely. Definitely miss being a captain. All right. AOC, let's take a look at the received messages. METAR. Does it print? Did I hit print? Chat. Oh my gosh, even the tear sound is spot on. Look at that. Albuquerque ATIS. Wow, 090 at 20 gust 30. So we'll do a let's do a PAX off takeoff. What do you guys say? We're doing PAX off. All right, let's do this. We'll bring in our. I can't bring it. Chaos. How do I do this? We'll do that. We'll put in our block fuel of 12.9. Take a look at our perk here. Yeah, wind 080 at 090 at 20 gust 30. We got 10 knot gust factor in there, so we're going to be. Well, if we got wind shear advisories in effect, look at our times. All checking out 2.5 extra. That's not a whole lot of extra. Hopefully our burn isn't too bad. All right, let's go to perf. Oh, is there a calculator for this? I believe there is. Calculator, takeoff, field data from OFP. Chat, look at this. Look at this fly pad here. Dry, OSI, runway 8, runway slope, entry angle, takeoff. We're going to do Toga takeoff, NICE off. We're doing PAX on or off. Guys, we haven't done this in so long. Remember we used to do like button smashes for PAX on, PAX off takeoffs? If you guys smash the like button and we get 120 likes before takeoff, we'll do PAX off takeoff. And make sure you go subscribe to V2 Sim as well. All right, let's go ahead and fill the data. Calculate. My goodness, 131, 31, 35, 35 flaps 1. So I'm surprised I can't uplink it. Chaos, what's up with that? Uninstalling. I can't even print it. I should be able to print that. That'd be cool if you could. Hey, you know what, Chaos? It'd be cool if you could print that. Like, I don't know how hard that would be. Instead of uplink, you'd just be able to click something on the fly pad and it prints it. And then you could put it up here. Because I think we used to do that. We used to just, I don't even remember what we used to do. Yeah, we used to print our takeoff page out. No flex. Engine out is 6310. This is actually different. Let's put the real numbers in here. Give me a second, guys. I actually have my... Wow, we hit 120 likes just like that. Okay, packs off if I remember how to do it. You guys are awesome. Let me see what the actual redux is here. Let me pull up Albuquerque on my real-world iPad. It's sitting next to me. Let's see. Give me a second to pull it up here. Albuquerque International. SIDS. General departures. Takeoff A320. It's a left turnout. I don't actually see a modified. I don't see a modified reduction altitude. Preload EO SID from Route 2 for the 7-3. That's right. All right, we're good actually. We're good. So we'll leave it as is. Default thrust reduction, flaps 1. We're all set to go up front. We're loaded. Reset the chrono. Let's go ahead and disconnect from that. Seatbelts on. That's on. Let's pull the jet bridge and get out of here, guys. Cervices. Disconnect. Disconnect. Disconnect.
Traffic, clear wing 39, taxi to runway 8, Alpha 1, Albuquerque.
So what comes first? Jump to better base or jump to captain? Oh, better base for sure, dude. For sure. I'm in no rush to get back to the left seat, man.
Frontier flight
No rush.
404, 8000.
I got enough gray hairs.
Flying overhead west, last call.
Do I do my own pushback? Does this work, Chaos, or no? Beacon will remove those. For real? Beacon on.
Flight attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
What? I forgot how awesome this airplane is, guys. This is fun, man. Captain Iceland Air, the 1500 Icelands. Appreciate you. What's up, my brother? Is this the Phoenix? No, it is not, dude. This is the fly-by-wire 320 Neo Freeware. Looking good. You got the new update 5? I do. First time flying the Phoenix. It's been a long time since flying with fly-by-wire. 11 months. I've been flying pmdgs for years. Captain Iceland Air, well, I hope you enjoy the flight, man. This will be a good start. Get you started for Airbus flying. All right. Do I Alt-P or do I just... Oh, wait, no. Enable pushback system. We don't have any of that, so if you plan to use... Alright, confirm. Call Tug. Tug is attached. Chat. You haven't seen this view in a while. Boom! Alright, cockpit to ground. Brakes released. Start push. Push approved. Albuquerque traffic at Frontier 5257. Pushing back Alpha 5. Excuse me, Bravo 5. We're going runway 8. And you can adjust the speed of the pushback with your joystick. Look at this. Ah! Chat. And I can steer with the rudders. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That should be good. Pushback at tail 45. Cockpit around, set brakes.
Albuquerque traffic, clear wings 1839.
Brakes set.
Runway 8, Albuquerque.
Cleared to disconnect. Wait for the tug, pin, and salute. We got the nose wheel steering disconnect in there. Let's see if that goes away. Full manual control pushback, dude. For real. A full manual control for pushback. We're going to wait to start because I want to listen to these engines on full blown. There it goes. There goes the pin. All right. Start them up. Shh. We're going to turn the sounds all the way up. Ooh, inside or outside? We have to do inside because I want to hear if it matches what I heard in the real airplane. All right. Sounds up. Everyone be quiet. Starting engine. Which engine do we start first? 1. I almost started 2 first. Starting engine 1 first. Here we go. Yo, guys. That is real life. That is real life. Good start on 1, Caps. Go ahead, start 2. It feels so weird just turning to start switches.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Wow. Good start on 2. That's going back there. We're going to arm you. Flaps 1. We'll do our flight controls from up front, make sure everything works. Alright, APU bleed will come off. APU is going to stay on because we're going to do a PAX off takeoff. Or we could do it the old school way. I'll tell you what, let's do it the old school way. Let's go ahead and shut the APU off. We'll actually do full-blown PAX off. Alright, PAX off, flaps off, trim. What do we need our trim to be at, Kaz? Did that calculate in the calculation center? It did not. So we could go here, and we can go 32.7. Close enough for government work. Alright. Alright, auto brakes max, takeoff config check, because we're doing it all at the gate, short taxi. That's auto. Let's go off, auto, TARA, that's on. Everyone's clear. Flight plan page. Oh, they're still linked. Alright, cool. We'll leave you on the perf page then. Leave you on the perf page. Cabin waiting on them. Let's get out of here. Albuquerque traffic frontier 357 taxi 110 wait. Brakes released. Taxi light on. Let's go. Government work is precise. Not in the bridge industry, Turkaren. Yeah, we gotta get off this scenery. Alright, we don't have SimBridge installed, so train radar is just gonna keep it off because SimBridge is a nuke your sim. Used to back in the day. Let's go back to chart page, I guess. From SID. Roadrunner 3 is up. And we're approaching number 1 for takeoff. Flight attendants prepare for takeoff. Look at that. Now they're all blue. Gosh, that sounds so good. Just that humming in the background. This is the dev version, Bilal. This is the dev version. I used to have a custom coffee cup. Alright, everyone's blasted out of here. Let's go. Albuquerque traffic, Frontier 357, departing runway 8, Roadrunner, departure from Albuquerque traffic. Packs off. Let's go. Oof. I tell you what, Chaos, the tiller handling, the tiller steering and suspension feels really good. Ground handling feels really good, man. All right. Right here is where we're going. I'm Chat, we're back. Are we kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are we kidding? Could not be the worst possible timing for the internet to just fall off the cliff. The question is, do we take off again? Because we're airborne. I literally took off when I realized the chat was dead. This is where we are. I don't want to reset. We missed the takeoff juice. I'll tell you what. I'll make up for it. Let's resume. We're back. Second leg confirmed. Maybe even a... maybe we'll have to reset something too. I almost want to just go back to where we were on the run. I should have taken off. Do a touch and go. The sounds were amazing. I can't believe you guys missed them. Flaps up. Pack on is the suggestion. Yeah, it's a suggestion after I get the flaps up, Gus. Start recording all departures? We might have to. Alright. Pack 1's coming back on. And now we're going to fly the SID here. Golly. That was going to be such an epic departure. The sounds, y'all. The sounds were amazing. I'm trying to think if we should maybe divert to Phoenix and then pick up from there. Alright, gears up. Let's go ahead and clean up the aircraft. Flaps are up. Spoilers are disarmed. Now we're cooking. Finally got a packs off takeoff, and we had to, we lost the stream. Unreal. Unreal. You know, it's interesting. I reset, so I never lost the Wi-Fi, but I lost the hardwired internet connection. And then when I unplugged and replugged my Ethernet, it came back on. I don't know if it was timing or coincidence. I almost think it was coincidence. Look how good the PFD looks. Keep climbing up here. Let's go ahead and climb all the way up. What was our cruise altitude? 300. Really? That's it? Nortex. Pilot unknown. Nortex. think there was a 210 knot restriction in here to maintain the turn radius. No, we're not on the Roadrunner, AJ. We're on a different one. Not sure what the heck we're on, but continuing out now. All right, through 18, we'll go ahead and pull standards. STD set once, twice, and thrice. And let's clean up the box here. Let's take it direct Roadrunner. Oh my gosh, you have to hit the direct button in this box. There we go. Direct Roadrunner, insert, navin. T-Tut Company's in the house. Thank you for the $10 super chat, my man. Man, I was trying to think, was it you? We had this discussion at Expo. I can't remember if it was you or Captain Tango or someone else, but I think you even mentioned it, even in voice chat maybe, for the V2 channel, about finding information and teaching moments that are in these long 2-3 hour streams. It'd be much easier to just find it, cut it, so you guys could find it. That will spark the discussion. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. What's up, V1? Welcome back. Just got home from work. Time to see the dead stream. Congrats on V2 getting ready to try the new A2A600 update. Continue Chile to Alaska journey. Man, that's epic. I did see they had a new update, man. Thanks for the $10 super chat, my man. I appreciate you. Let's go ahead and go AP on. Yeah, it was you and Tango, T-Tut, for sure. Autopilot's on. Let's go ahead and get the lights off. I got to recollect my thoughts here, guys. There was a huge, big break there in the stream. Apologize. Right at the critical moment. But I tell you what, let's think about Miss V1 Sims in the house. I just sent you a text. Are you getting coffee? I think what I have to do now is we're going to have to divert and we're going to have to set up a second departure. Let me look at our route of flight here and let me think. I'm thinking if we dip into Phoenix and then continue on. What if we did that? You guys want to dip into Phoenix and then go to Burbank? Simulate a diversion. Are we diverting for Cafe Con Leches? Vodka's on a question of reliability. Dude, I know, man. Well, it hasn't happened in a really long time. Just super unfortunate timing. Pilot Unknown, thanks for the 8-month support, dude. Appreciate you. Mick Oatmeal's in the house with a $10 super chat. Dude, V1, I'm considering doing a 328 type rating through Career Track. My dad keeps telling me that it is a scam. Is this a genuine resume builder or a scam for 11K? Mick Oatmeal. Well, the type rating itself isn't a scam because you don't, you're going to get a type rating. You're going to get a legit type rating. Now, the problem is, in this current hiring market, I don't know if that type rating is going to be worth the 11K or not, because a lot of the pilots in the market right now, not having a type rating isn't critical or anything like that. So, it's a tough one, man. It depends on what your end goal is and how far along you are in your actual training right now. Like if you're are you still working on build and time, or are you already applying? Are you like at a regional right now and you want to just get a 320 type to throw on the resume? But I appreciate the $10 super chat, man. Wingnut, jeez, here, pay your bill with it. Thank you, Captain Wingnut. Appreciate the $10 super chat, man. Oh my gosh. Phoenix is bugged. No PG. Really? Phoenix photogrammetry doesn't work. I tell you what we'll do then. We'll just continue to Burbank, and then what if I do? I can't believe I shouldn't have taken off, dude. We were right there. That's all right. I could go Vegas, but I don't have a Vegas seat right here. Can you actually get the fly-by-wire in 2024? Yes, Lovick. This is the fly-by-wire in 2024 right now, and it's look at this. Look how beautiful Sim Update 5 is cooking with the clouds. That's for sure. I gotta think about it. We gotta think what we're gonna do here. Oh yeah, I never reconnected. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, AJ. Reconnecting to Aveo. Divert to Flagstaff. Bill's Mafia. This is a Hughes livery. This is a Hughes livery from Flight Sim TO. It says it does not work on 2024, but it does. All right. And what this livery does, Bills, is it increases the pylon textures, and it increases the flap fairing textures as well. It brings the fly-by-wire to a whole new level, man. Absolutely. T-Tut, thanks for 11 months. Before diverting, hit the random failure button a couple times. Oh, we do have a random failure button now? Let's see. Let's see. Since we're already pretty much cooked, let's go, where is that button at? Where's the random failure button? No, we don't have one. Oh, jeez, T-Tut. Actually, there's the checklist, though. What was that checklist at? Look at that. Nice checklist and everything lined up for you, too. Alright. We'll keep it cooking. We'll keep going to Burbank. Finally ready for my instrument check ride. Just waiting for a date. Thanks for all the little nuggets you dropped during your streams. Mick Sesh, my man, thank you so much for the support. Speaking of little nuggets, if you like those little nuggets, check the pinned comment there in the chat. Check out the V2 channel. It's going to have all those nuggets pulled out of the long form content and pushed in that channel so you can continue to pick up those nuggets, man. Thank you for the support. Good luck on your check ride. You're going to crush it, I'm sure. Divert to Deer Valley, I could, but I mean, it's just looking so good right now. So I'll tell you what. I mean, we'll just do a second leg. We're only 588 miles from Burbank. Let's go to Burbank. We'll go to Burbank, and let's go Burbank, San Jose after that. We'll go Burbank, San Jose, because we've got a good San Jose scenery. We'll go sunset. We'll fast forward the time. We'll do a sunset departure out of Burbank, and go to San Jose. 270 miles or something like that. Is that fair? Captain Icelandair, thank you so much, man, for the 750 Icelands. Icelandic crones. What are Icelandic, I can't remember what the currency is called. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Icelanders converting from 757-200 and 300 to 321. You believe what I'm saying? I believe what you're saying, man, and I don't love it. I'm going to turn the sounds down a little bit. So, yes, the 321 is replacing the 75. It has been for a while, the 321 Neos. Optimum is 39. We're going west. Let's go up to 380. No reason to stop here. I 100% know what you're saying. It's unfortunate, in my opinion, because the 75 is still a far superior airplane. It's being phased out, man. V1 needs a 5G backup one. I know, dude. Interview with MQ on Tuesday. Really, AFO? Very cool, man. All right, dude. Let us know how it goes, AFO. V1 needs a new ISP. I know, but there's only one option here, unfortunately. What does side stick priority do? So that is... I don't talk about this one too much, just for certain reasons. But basically, you can take over one side stick or the other. That's what the side stick priority light does. So for instance, if you're flying and two people, there's two inputs. Let's say you get a phantom input on the left side stick here. Some wiring or something is coming loose or frayed, and it's giving some false inputs at the end. So what happens is the first officer can then use his takeover push button, and you'll get a priority right light. meaning like the arrow will point to the right saying priority right. Matter of fact, yeah, you'll get this one right here. Priority right. And that means that the other guy has priority. He's going to override that side stick. The same can be said for the right to left as well. This is essentially what we use that for. Or like in the case of Air France 447, right? Now this one's a tough one. And every time Air France 447 comes up, I feel like no matter how many times you talk about it, you always feel like you could just continue to just scratch your head, but you always kind of learn from it at the same time. So Air France 447 literally is the scenario designed that, how do I rephrase that? The scenario that happened with Air France 447 and the outcome of that crash killing everybody on board, the takeover push button was literally designed to prevent that scenario. So what had happened was the first officer had full aft stick. Full aft stick. The relief pilot came into the cockpit and attempted to push the side stick forward. When he did that, he got a dual input. You saw the dual input light there as well. Actually, it's not a dual. You'll get a dual input, and these will light up. And when he heard that, he let go. Because he's like, well, I don't want to give dual inputs on the controls, right? What he should have done is press the takeover command push button or first, then push forward, and it would have said priority left, and the aircraft would have pitched down and would have recovered from the stall. So the craziest thing about it, well, not the craziest thing, but the whole thing with Air France 447 basically standing on its tail all the way down from the high 30s flight levels all the way into the ocean where it impacted everybody. That airplane, once the captain realized you got to push forward on the stick, it still started to get the nose down. That elevator still had enough authority to start moving the nose to trend down. They just didn't have any more altitude. They literally held it in a falling leaf stall all the way down. So, but that scenario is literally what that push button is designed to prevent. Just unfortunately, it was not used correctly. Will it also shout dual input? Yes, you're right. Correct. So dual input is when you are both on the controls. It will only shout dual input when there's two inputs. If somebody just presses the takeover push button while someone else has an input, it will just say priority left or priority right. I have a video of this. I had a shorts video of this when I was in the sim. I'll be uploading that. I'll re-upload that shorts probably to the V2 channel. A lot of that V2 channel, too, is not just going to be sim content. I've got some real-world shorts video I'm going to re-upload. I'm going to repopulate over there because, as we mentioned earlier, like, YouTube doesn't like mixed content forms. So, like, I've got some really cool short videos, a lot of which I took down, but I still have them. Those will probably be uploaded to the V2 channel, re-uploaded. So you may see some stuff that you might have seen before if you're a big fan of the channel, but there's a lot of new eyes too. So I have a dual input video that'll probably pop up in a shorts video on that V2 channel. Can't wait for the L1011 green dot. Dude, McSesh, I purposely not watched so I could watch with you. I'm same here, dude. I haven't watched it. I know about Eastern. I know about that crash. We're going to watch that one for sure. I want to do Kai-Tak in the L10. I think we'll do a long haul to Kai-Tak in Cathay colors, and we'll watch the Eastern. We'll watch that Eastern breakdown. Cockpit confessionals, Lilium. I've got another plan for that. TBD. TBD. I assume the left side wins if both press it. No. Essentially, it works. Whatever input was pressed. Well, I shouldn't talk about it. Not necessarily. When I say I shouldn't talk about it, there are certain things that I don't get into detail on because I just feel like there's no need for the simulation level enthusiast to need the information. One of which is the takeover push button. We'll hit the topics. Hold on.
To settle in, I do want to remind you to please keep your feet and elbows clear from the aisle as the flight attendants will be coming through the cabin with galley carts shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating in the front galley when the flight deck door is located. Thank you.
So cool. Level off cruise altitude. Got the actual captain. Go ahead and do a PA. That's really cool. I don't know who that guy is, but sounds pretty legit. What I was saying, so there's two topics that on that bus specifically I avoid. Takeover push button, control, fighting for control, things of that nature I don't really discuss because you don't need that information in the sim world. And cockpit door operation, or cockpit security, anything like that. Not that it's, there are some topics that I intentionally avoid because it is against the law. It's proprietary security information. And then there's other topics that I feel like, you don't really need to know that. Not that anybody here would ever do anything bad, but it is the internet, and go find it elsewhere. It's not going to be on my channel. So, yeah, those are a couple things I avoid intentionally. But the gist of it, that takeover push button is designed so someone always has control of the aircraft. Marcus, thank you for the 20 Norwegian krones. Appreciate you, man. Have you ever done a wind shear escape maneuver? I have. I've got a cockpit. Speaking of, maybe that'll be on our first podcast of 2026 if I launch it. I might have told it live. I don't think I did. I think it's probably my scariest wind shear escape I ever did was my waning months on the Airbus, my last operator, coming into DFW. I won't give you the full details, but I've done a handful of wind shear escapes. Yes, I've done. Did one of the first one I ever saw was in an Embraer E-Jet. I did a couple in the bus. I haven't done any in the 7.3 yet, thank goodness. But the last one I did in a 320 Neo was probably one of my most I didn't realize the adrenaline dump until after because it was not only was it a wind shear, it combined into a TCAS. So, and it was right at that time. It was right after that crash happened in the Potomac. So it was days after that. So everyone's, you're kind of on edge, right? And then it's basically a wind shear into a TCAS, low level. Everything was fine. We did everything right. I even got a call. I won't spoil the whole podcast, but I did get a call from the chief on that one. And it wasn't because we did anything wrong. It was literally a call because he wanted to say good job to us as a crew for what we did. So, but that was right at the tail end of my Airbus career for now. Earthquake story, yes. Okay, I'll tell you about that. Guayaquil, San Jose, Costa Rica. Friction Mafia, have you ever experienced the fumes? Yes, I have. Friction Mafia. It is deadly. It is toxic. It is permanent damaging, and everybody all the powers that be know about it, but they continue to not do anything about it. And in 20 years, we'll all see the commercials on TV. Did you ever fly on a Pratt & Whitney Gear turbofan? Did you ever fly on an Airbus 320? Did you ever fly on CFM LEAP engine with between the years of 2010 and 2035? If so, you are entitled to financial compensation because you're neurologically disabled. Yeah. I've been fumed. I know people who have been fumed. I know somebody who's lost a medical, and I also know somebody secondhand. I didn't know him personally. I know his FO who was killed from a fume event. So, it's a real thing. Absolutely is a real thing. I had a reactive wind shear escape in the CRJ and IMC. Oh my goodness, which we lost all the FO's air data mid-maneuver. Oh, jeez, Turks. Oh my goodness. Ay. That's a freaking wild one. My goodness. It's always better to have a startle scenario in the aircraft. The first thing you should do is nothing. Take a moment to assess the situation before taking action. 100%. 100%. Always got to assess the situation, Turks. Speaking of, I don't know if you know the answer to this. I was actually going to reach out to the mentor on this one. So if I have an entitlement award, what if I MBE to another base that's not my current base, and it's not the base that I'm entitled to? Do I lose that entitlement award? I.e., if I MBE to Phoenix or something like that, does that mess up the entitlement award? I gotta, because I know the MBE closes, and I was thinking about just getting out of Miami, because, man, frickin', I'm burning from both ends, dude. About the earthquake, it was Turk's mom tripping and falling. Turkarans. Yeah, we got 2 Turks in chat. I gotta be careful. Yeah, earthquake. So let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. Are we cruising? Yeah, 380. It's a smooth ride. You are now free to move about the cabin. And man, look at that beautiful view. Let's coast out here as we get over the top of the over this cloud layer here. Then it should start to clear up. So I'm actually going. What was the Costa Rica? I believe it was in Costa Rica, right? Not Guayaquil. Yeah, it was Costa Rica. So last trip, San Jose, Costa Rica, downtown. I go to bed. I haven't been in an earthquake in. I know I've been in an earthquake before. I'm pretty sure I was a kid, with like my grandparents' house in California. We had a pretty big one, but it's been a long time. So I'm in Costa Rica. I think Costa Rica just had it was a 5.1 earthquake, and I'm laying in my hotel room. I'm sitting in bed, like I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm like just finally getting to the point where like you're about to fall asleep, but you're still kind of awake. And my bed starts shaking, like just bump, 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 up and down. I'm like, initially I thought, okay, is that an elevator shaft? Because sometimes, you know, if your room is right next to an elevator shaft, you can kind of feel the elevator going up and down. I don't know, you know what I mean, when you just get that little bump, bump sound. Or I thought maybe there's someone with a like really heavy cart bringing something down the hallway, and I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense because there's no hallway. I'm at the end of the hall. And then I start thinking, is this an earthquake? So I'm in rhythmic up and down, up and down, up and down, and then it starts to really start to rattle. And I sit up in bed, the TV is starting to shake, the lamps are starting to shake, and I immediately go into, oh my gosh, I'm in a freaking earthquake. Like, are we gonna get collapsed on? And I don't know why I have this like weird fear of like being in a hotel collapse. You guys remember when that it's in South Florida. There's that video of that. It wasn't a hotel. It was like a condominiums or something like that, where it just like pancaked down on each other, right? And I don't know why, but ever since that video, I'm like, man, I really do not want to be in a hotel when it collapses. So I'm a condo. That's what it was. Yeah, it's condo. So I immediately, the adrenaline starts pumping. I jump up, I throw my flip-flops on, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to get out of the room, and I got to go find the stairwell. And I dart out of my room, and immediately I have a simultaneous thought of, what if I need my room key? I don't have clothes on other than my shorts. I had my shorts on. And as soon as those thoughts clicked in my mind, I heard the door slam behind me. So here I am, like 10 o'clock at night. But I'm still like, I care about it, but I don't care about it because I'm still like, I feel like I'm in a life or death situation. I'm in an earthquake, and in my mind, the building's going to collapse and all this stuff. So I dart out of the room, and the key card for the room is, I normally always have it right next to me on the lampshade there, next to the side of the bed. But in this particular hotel, when you go into your room, if you have to put your key card in the slot right next to the door, so that you have power to the room. So your key card basically is always right there by the door. And I never saw it. So I darted out of the room, and I'm standing out in the like this big atrium, because in that particular hotel, it almost looks like a cruise ship on the inside. You just have these circular rungs, and there's this big atrium that you can look down all the way to the bottom floor. You can see where the desks are and everything. So I come out of my room, and I'm standing there, like looking down. Everyone else starts coming out of their rooms. One of the flight attendants staying across the way there, he comes out of his room, and he sees me. He's like, "Dude, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I don't know, man. What are you doing?" He's like, "It's an earthquake." I'm like, "Yeah." It's like, so he comes over. He starts talking to me. He's like, "Well, the stairwell's right here." And there was like an alarm went off in the hotel. It said, don't use the elevator, you know, whatever. And there was like this flashing strobe lights going off. Eventually, I mean, it stopped. It wasn't, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I guess a 5.1 is not that big, but for someone who's never been in one as an adult and has a fear of the hotel collapsing. So now I'm standing outside. I'm like, well, I don't have a room key. And now I got to go all the way downstairs into my underwear, get a new room key. I don't have any identification. And so the flight attendant, he came down with me. He's like, yeah, he works for us and blah, blah, blah. And I had a nice conversation with the front desk people about, got to get, luckily I was only on the 4th floor, so there was only 4 flights of stairs to go down because we didn't use the elevator. But, man, you talk about trying to go back to bed after that, an absolute adrenaline dump. I mean, I was wired that whole ordeal. So, a Costa Rican hotel totally collapsing with anything bigger than a 5.5. So, Zach, I thought that too. So here's what's interesting. Good choice on the flip-flops. Well, see, Vodka, I did. So being in a tornado-prone area, shoes is a big deal. So if you ever, and this is a good tip for anybody if you're ever in a tornado or anything like that, people often overlook, well, we've got to get to our safe zone, but you don't have shoes. What happens is if God forbid, like the unthinkable happens and your house gets hit and everything starts to get tore up and you survive, you need to have something to walk around because there's going to be rubble, there's going to be metal, you get all cut up. So you need to have something to protect your feet. So shoes to me is the first thing I thought of. So I was like, either get your boots on, or for me, my flip-flops are right there. So I threw my flip-flops on and I ran out. But I should have, grabbed my key card too while I ran out. But anyway, I thought the same thing about the Costa Rica and the hotels, and like, man, are they gonna what's the deal? Come to find out, Costa Rica is like number 2 in the world. I was told. I don't know if this is true or not, so I can probably look it up. So I was told by someone who worked there that Costa Rica is number 2 in the world next to Japan for architecture and construction, with keeping in mind of with the earthquakes in mind, because they get a lot of earthquakes there. They get the volcanoes going off, and I guess there's these, I don't know, the person that was explaining it to me said it almost sounded like when they build the foundation, that has these rollers or gaps where it allows the building to roll side to side without really causing any structural problems or stresses, which would make sense to how the earthquake initially felt, because initially it was just very rhythmic and it almost felt like someone was just shaking my bed side to side, side to side, side to side, and then eventually got a little bit rougher than that, because the earthquake where it happened was actually really close to the hotel, so it wasn't like a 5.1, a couple hundred miles away. It was a 5.1 like down the street, like that was the epicenter of it. But apparently they're pretty good, and they take into account earthquakes and building standards there in Costa Rica. But yeah, so that was I didn't go to sleep, man, after that Turks. It sounds fatiguing. Dude. So the captain, legit, he said he was going to call out the fatigue, but it just, he powered through. I think I got maybe 3 hours of sleep that night because I just couldn't, just an adrenaline dump, man. And so now it's like midnight, and of course it's the super early show, right? So you got alarms going off at 5 a.m. It's now midnight. You're still wide awake. Like, that's a tough one. That one was definitely tough. I was glad to leave. But here's the thing, Turks. I just got called for a trip for tomorrow. Guess where I'm going? SJO. Right back. Let me actually check right now. I want to see if I'm going to the same hotel. I will definitely be prepared this time. I'm going to remember the room key, and I'm going to have my boots next to the bed. But, let me see. What hotel are we at? Yep, same hotel. So I'm going right back to the same hotel tomorrow. I would have asked for a second floor room, Lemon Wolf. I might ask for that this time, dude. I might ask for that this one. Japan, California, Chile, New Zealand, and Turkey have the safest building codes related to earthquakes as well. Really? Yeah, Japan definitely. I mean, Japan number 1 makes sense. See, the bus never has to go there. Work smarter, not harder. No earthquakes for me or volcanoes. Well, yeah, but what about Mexico City? Doesn't the bus go there? The bright side, at least you know what not to do in an earthquake. Yeah. So now, for the rest of the night, I'm up there. I'm on my phone. I'm Googling, like, what to do during an earthquake. Like, how to take earthquake prevention. How do I stay safe in an earthquake? Basically, get under your desk and hang on. Don't evacuate unless instructed to do so. Go to the door frames. Yeah, I did hear that. Or it's more likely to have some sort of support beam above. Yeah, Gus, exactly. Yeah, I read that too. Well, I was thinking, my room was right at the end of the hall. It's not really a hall because it's an open atrium on the inside, but essentially at the end of the building, and the stairwell was right there. So I even thought, well, maybe go down the stairwell would that be a good idea? Because it's like a stairwell shaft, pretty well maintained. I don't know. I live in New Zealand. I think people moved here about 2,000 years too early. Jeez. I want to do some flying in New Zealand, man. We need to do some New Zealand ops. Do pilots need to log into some systems app when showing up in the airport, or is just to walk into the plane? Friction Mafia, yeah. It'll depend on your airline. It'll depend on your SOP. It'll depend on what they want you to do. But back before, internet was really prevalent, you always met, or not, I guess I shouldn't say internet, but before EFBs and mobile check-in apps and things like that, it was pretty common to just meet in the crew room. I'll meet you at the crew room. We'll go to the gate. Especially long-haul wide-body. I don't know if they still do that, but you'd meet in the crew room and you'd go, do flight planning and stuff. So I've heard. For a while, when I flew for my regional operator, it flew for 3 different entities, right? So it flew for all 3. It flew for 3 different airlines. So depending on what trip you were on, you had to do things a little bit different sometimes. And I know one of them in particular, you had to get your own paperwork, and the only place to get your paperwork was the crew room or the associated printer flight planning rooms and the associated terminals. So that's where you would typically meet. If you were on that company's trip, then typically everyone would just meet either in the crew planning room or at the flight plan room. And then they have computer check-ins right there, and you check in. But now, everything is with smartphones and tablets. I would wager most people just check in on their phone or check in on their mobile devices. A grim example, but the firefighters who survived the collapse of the towers lived because they ran for the stairwell. Yeah. So I figured. What's the main thing difference you got to focus on when simming from Boeing to Airbus? Any tips? Less is more in the Airbus. Less is more, right? So when it comes to hand flying the Airbus, and we'll see this on our approach into Burbank, you don't need to be manhandling the side stick. Sometimes in the 7.3, in Boeing aircraft, we tend to introduce what we call PIOs, or pilot-induced oscillations, right? You roll left and you roll right, you roll left. You start doing the back and forth thing, and your yoke looks like you're doing the salsa with your yoke. Meanwhile, the airplane is pretty much just flying straight and level anyway. That tends to happen more with Boeing and yoke-driven aircraft. The Airbus, man, all you got to do, pinkies out, 3 fingers, nice and easy. Less is more. Jeez. Mr. V1 says no one needs to manhandle that side stick. No. Oh my word. Speaking of, did you never answer my text? Are you getting lattes? You getting coffee? Yeah. Vanilla lattes. Hardest thing in the bus is gusty crosswind. I've watched so many fresh upgrades when the 7.3 make a complete mess of a 15-knot gusting crosswind. Turks, so here's the thing, man. I can only imagine. I firmly believe now. Well, I guess I'm a biased example because I started on the bus. But I firmly believe going from the Airbus to the 7.3 is way easier than going from the 7.3 to the Airbus. As Turk mentioned, he's seen guys totally screw up, over control a 15-knot crosswind in the bus if they were on the 7.3. My example, flip that. My first 15, 20-knot gusting crosswind into 7.3 Turks, I'm flying into Phoenix. We're landing on 2.6. Dude, I was moving the yoke so much, I thought I was doing something wrong. I'm like, I was really manhandling the airplane. And I even said, I was like, man, I feel like I'm just over. He's like, nah, man. And the captain was like, you're doing a great job. It's just a 7.3, man. You just gotta put those inputs in. You know, on the Max, I feel like it's a little bit, it's still the same thing, but it's almost smoother. I love the Max so much. I've been flying it a lot where I'm based. Love the Max. But even on the Max, you still really, I was uncomfortable with the amount of flight control inputs I was making on the 7.3 and my first 15, 20 knot crosswind. So I can totally see if you've been flying that thing for however many years and then you go to the Airbus and you realize, wow, I don't have to move it that much. I don't have to completely, stir the pot right now. It's, I can only imagine it's got to be pretty interesting. You get some new upgrades in the left seat. But there's a huge but here. Turks is not going to like this. The level of satisfaction after rolling it on and greasing it in a 7.3 in a 20 knot crosswind, definitely higher than rolling it on in an Airbus. Because, I don't know if it's just because I'm still new on the 7.3, but that one in Phoenix, beginner's luck. Beginner's luck. I greased it on. I greased it on. Probably beginner's luck. I'm not taking any skill credit on that one because it was my first real gusty crosswind. Total greaser though. Total greaser into Phoenix. Man, when I got off the runway, captain's like, now doesn't that feel freaking awesome? And I knew exactly what he was talking about because I'm battling it all the way down, greased it on, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. There's something to it, man. There's something to it. Now, I still stand by the fact that I think the Airbus is a superior aircraft. I still firmly believe the Airbus. What's going on with our tiles out here? As you guys said, the photogrammetry was wrong in Phoenix. Is that why we got some really discolored tiles over there? We'll just sit over here in this view for now. But I still think the Airbus, in terms of comfort, in terms of passenger comfort, in terms of safety, I still think, both airplanes are incredibly safe. But you can't argue with the fact that the Airbus has just got more to protect against faults, right? So I still think the Airbus is a superior narrow-body airliner. But from a pilot's perspective, man, the level of satisfaction when you do something good in the 7.3 hits harder than when you do it in the bus. So what you're telling me is never fly the Airbus. No, you should fly it, Sam. You should fly it. If you could only see the CFA AMS of one of the recent ones I saw, stop to stop, oh my gosh, 10 times in the last 200 feet? Oh, that's wild, man. Now, I don't want it to take out I don't want to take away from, because I get asked this question too from guys in the left seat that have never flown the Airbus to talk to me about the bus. They're like, well, what do you like better? And I'm like, is it easier to fly the Airbus? And, it is easier to fly the Airbus because you're moving stuff less, but there is still, it's a different type of skill required to really be a good Airbus pilot. Okay, an Airbus will make a good, or how do I say this? What's the phrase? An Airbus will make a bad pilot average, and it will make an average pilot average. Well, it'll make a good pilot average and a bad pilot average. There you go. It will do that. But to be an excellent or a really good Airbus pilot, there is a level of skill, and you have to have a really sound knowledge and understanding of what is actually happening with the flight control computers, with the fly-by-wire system. When you connect the systems knowledge and you can understand that in real time, and you have developed that finesse skill to manipulate the side stick the way you want so that the flight control computers react just the way you want, that separates an excellent Airbus pilot from just an average Airbus pilot. When you're flying in a 321 and you're coming in for landing at FS Expo, if those tires just roll on and you barely feel it, you know that guy he's above average, he's an excellent or a really good Airbus pilot. If it just comes on like your standard landing, trust me, that happens. It happens to everybody, just the standard landings. But I would say that is more common than not. It's just, you're going to get those not hard, not soft landings. But to really roll it on in the bus, you still have to have a niche skill and understanding to be consistent at it. But it's completely different. It's like threading a needle, being able to thread a needle with dim lighting. That would be my analogy for an Airbus pilot. How to be real finesse versus, how to split wood with an axe is a 7.3. Like, it's completely different. But to be really good at splitting wood, for anybody who has split wood, you can, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to work a lot harder than you need to. Just work smart, and splitting wood, get the technique down, the leverage correctly, all that stuff. It's not, I shouldn't say that hard. It's not as hard as you can make it, that's for sure. So 2 completely different skills. One is splitting wood, one is threading a needle in the dark. Is there a big difference on flare between the 7.3 and 320? Huge, Friction Mafia, huge. In terms of what you need to do. I still have to constantly remind myself, Friction Mafia, in the 7.3, at 50 feet, I remind myself, think. All I do is think. I think of the word think at 50 feet. Because if you do anything at 50 feet in the 7.3, you're going to balloon or you're going to drive the mains through the wings if you pull chop to power. So at 50 feet, you just think. In the 320, at 50 feet, you're probably arresting the descent a little bit. You're getting ready for the 30-foot snapshot or 50-foot snapshot, depending if you're in a Neo or not, whatever it is. I think it's 30 or 50, right? Or is it 30 feet, the snapshot? I don't even remember. But you're still, you're doing your thing in the Airbus. You're getting ready to arrest the descent. 30 feet, you're probably definitely already flaring. Sometimes in the 7.3, you don't even start the flare till 30, till 20. So, big difference. And it's a struggle for me because I've been on the Airbus for so many years that at 50 feet, I just feel like I need to be doing something. The key in the 7.3 for me at least has been don't do anything. Don't do nothing. 50 feet, don't do anything. 40 feet, don't do anything. 30 feet, think a little bit harder than do something. I think it's just the design, Marcus. Not necessarily the short landing gear, but just the way the aerodynamics are on the 7.3. It is lower to the ground too, so that, I'm sure it has something to do with it. But if you're doing a flap 40 and you start flaring, bringing that power back. Another thing I've noticed in the 7.3 though, I feel like you can really tell if you're going to get a good landing or not before it actually happens. It's like, you're connected to the plane in which, okay, yeah, I know I screwed that up. Or, yeah, I know I'm going to grease this one on right here. Or, yeah, I could grease it if I continue to hold this back pressure, but now I'm starting to float, so I'm going to release that back pressure and we're just going to kind of chunk it all. Whereas in the bus, it's always kind of a mystery because the margins of maneuvering in the bus at 5 feet above the ground are so small that, like, it's almost a surprise. But because you're not really changing, when you do change something, you're changing it such a small amount. In the 7.3, coming through 15, 20 feet, you pretty much know if you've got it or not. At 10 feet, all bets are off. 10 feet, yeah, I don't know. It's all bets are off. I guess Ryanair pilots know when they're going to smash it. Yeah, Do you find the 7.3 drops more when you idle than the bus with the big slotted flaps? Do you find the 737 drops more? I don't know about that, Sam. I will say I've noticed that the increase of thrust, the pitch change, is way more prominent when adding thrust on final. Case in point, Richmond, Virginia, middle of the night, auto throttle off. I'm hand flying the approach in there. We're in another max, and no wind. Everything's calm. And for some reason, I felt like I was getting a little bit slow, so I added some thrust, and I added a little bit too much. And not only did I speed up a little bit too much, but the pitch change, that really noticeable pitch change on final brought the nose up. Now I'm high, right? So now I'm high and I have too much speed. That's the game you're playing in the 7.3. You know, the bus, I think it does a really good job of maintaining that approach profile. But I really feel the pitch up moment on final in the 7.3. I guess I would agree with it coming to idle too. But it's harder to keep the nose smooth, a smooth nose touchdown. I feel like in the Airbus, every time it used to drive me nuts when guys would just hit the mains and then they let go of the side stick, you know? So like, you're flying, touchdown, guys just let go of the side stick. I'm like, what are you doing? Fly the nose down, all the way down. Hold that nose off, let it touch down real nice and smooth. Every landing, I would really emphasize keeping that nose up on the 320. On the 7.3, man, it's like you're pulling back, and it doesn't matter. It just that nose is coming down quick. Like, I've not figured out how to really arrest that nose down nice and smooth. It just tends to pop. And the other thing too, Sam, and I don't know if you felt this. It probably not for you, Sam, because you were in a lowrider at the regionals. But going from the bus to the 7.3, that sight picture of being so much lower to the ground, everything just feels so much more fast and aggressive on touchdown. You know, on touchdown, I feel like, man, we're freaking hauling, because you're also coming in. You're coming in faster, and you're lower to the ground, and your windows are smaller. So everything makes it seem like everything's happening much faster, and it is happening much faster, but it doubles the effect. Sam says, I feel slow on the ground. Yeah, see, because you were flying like the CRJ, right, or ERJ. So guys going from an RJ to a 7.3, it feels slow. But someone coming from an Airbus to a 7.3, it's the opposite. I feel like everything is just happening so much faster because it's smaller and lower to the ground. You're touching down. You're trying to get the reversers out. You know, it's an interesting sensation. I still remember, and because it hasn't always been that way, because Sam says he's the opposite, and it hasn't always been that way for me either, because when I remember my first ever jump seat in a narrow-body jetliner, it was a Southwest 737-500 out of Oakland. I'm sitting here, first ever jump seat. We go to take off, and I thought that everything was happening so slow because I was used to being in a Chieftain, a Navajo, you know, literally 3 feet off the ground, props blazing, dealing with yaw. So when I went from what I had only ever known, and some citation time, to my first ever 737 jump seat, I was like, wow, we're going slow. And then also same thing on touchdown. I felt like everything out the window was going by so slow. So it's all perspective, and it's kind of crazy to see how that changes. You know, right now I'm saying it feels fast. Sam is saying it feels slow. It's all about your perspective and what your sight picture is used to seeing over and over and over again on the aircraft that you fly. Dude, the 220 shocks me with thumpers all the time. I thought that was going to be better than that. Well, wingnut, that's because the 220 is not a real airplane, man. It's a friggin' tin can with wings that wants to be an Airbus. You can fly the nose down gently in the 7.3, but it takes a real manly pull, and if you do it right, as the short field performance spoilers open up, it'll rotate and spook the captain. Yeah, I spooked my captain in Providencialis. Flaps, when I did my Flaps 40. Speaking of, Flaps 40, Providencialis, made taxiway Bravo, could have made Alpha, greased it, but yeah, it spooked him a little bit. He's just a debrief. He was like, well, make sure you don't pull back on the stick. But aerodynamic braking. It cracks me up about the guys that are super paranoid about tail striking the 7.3, at least the 800. It's got like 4 more degrees or 3 more degrees than the 321 had. Like the 321 is real tight. That is a tail strike clearance that you got to be careful about. The 7.3, it's got like 2 extra degrees that you can go. And it feels super unnatural to be at that high of a deck angle when you're low to the ground in the 7.3. So I think I mean, I'm sure that they have data for it, but I feel like a bounce landing is really where the problem happens for tail striking the 7.3. I feel like a bounce landing or an unstable approach or something. Quick cabin tour. There is no cabin on the 320 fly-by-wire, buddy. There is no cabin, unfortunately. This is it. This is it. You got. There is a galley back here, though. I haven't seen this before. Tyson, it's 7.5 with compressed struts. Or no, 9 point. What is it, Turks? 9.93 compressed, because you care about the compressed number on landing. $9.3. 7.5, you get pitch. We used to, that was our limit. So my previous operator SOP was 7.5 degrees, and that's how I would brief it. I'd say, 321 unemployment attitude is 7.5 degrees. I want to say it's like 9. Turks is going to pull it out. Let's see. It's either 9.3 or 9.5 in the 321. It's either 9.3 or 9.5 struts compressed. It's 11 on the max 8, yeah. It's 11 on the max 8. That is the Adobo galley, says Chaos. A bit of a random question. Since we now estimated takeoff feature of 320, I was wondering how much you had use of it in your Airbus days. Chaos, I saw your comment. I totally forgot to look at that before we took off. Chaos, so what's implemented, and if I remember to do this, I'm going to reset the whole airplane when we get on the ground in Burbank. So what's implemented now is the feature where you can put in your estimated takeoff time, and it'll show you your estimated time en route to land to your destination or whatever. So I used it a handful of times, but what happens is on the ground, if you don't use it, basically what this populates, what the Airbus will populate, is your en route time with everything in the box. So say, for example, your flight is 2 hours and 31 minutes. It'll say 2:31, right? That's the en route time that is planned for everything that's in the box: performance, flight levels, winds aloft, all that. If you put in the estimated takeoff time in the box, correct me if I'm wrong, Turds, but it will also then show you your actual UTC landing time. So you can either add 2.5 to the current time, or you can just put it in the box, and then you can see your actual landing time. Where it also comes into, and the most I used it for was for flow times. So if you get you're coming out of Philly and you get like a 21:45 edict, and time now is like 20:53, you got almost an hour of time to wait. I would put that in as our estimated takeoff time, and that it also makes you for not smart pilots like me who doesn't want to do math. I don't have to add 57 minutes to the current time plus the time zone change. I can literally just put the estimated takeoff time. Boom! I got a UTC landing time, and I can then relay that information to the cabin or the flight attendants, whatever it may have you. So it's a niche little tool that a lot of guys don't really use. I mean, self-admittedly, I think I probably only used it a handful of times, and again, it was really for those long edicts. A321 9.7. Ah, that's a 9.7.11.2. That's what it was. 9.7.11.2. 9.7.11.2 is the 321 compressed, and 11.2 extended. Yeah, good for slots too. Yeah, Turk says I use ETT to remember flow times. Yep, flow times. So yeah, you'd put in there. I'll try to do it on the ground. Let me reset. I wonder what the Max 10 is. Oh, dude, so there's actually something, what they did to the landing gear on the Max 10. Have you guys seen that? Because it's extended so long, because they had to, the gear will like compress. I wonder if we can watch that video. Let's go outside real quick. What's yours? Oh, I think I have the sounds down. I do have the sounds down on the exterior because it has, it allows you to modify that. Ooh, that's actually a pretty cool view. Great contrails too. We're gonna do a sunset takeoff though. Fly-by-wire at night is one of my favorite things. BKG, I'm gonna try to. Like I said, I gotta know what days I have off. I don't know yet. I won't know for another week or two. I'm gonna look up. I want to see this video for the Max 10 landing gear. Yeah, right here. Look at this. Have you guys seen this video? Let's watch this. I don't think it's a copyright issue. Let's watch this together. And then we got to go back to work here. Check this out. Let me turn the sim down.
For the Max 10, we've extended the fuselage 66 inches based on customer feedback to add more seats. A longer fuselage typically necessitates a longer landing gear, but a longer landing gear
wouldn't fit in the
require
well.
Changes to items such as the main gear wheel
Yeah.
well. We wanted to preserve commonality in the Max
We wanted to preserve commonality. Free commonality.
family. We needed to get the landing.
That translates to we want to sell the airplane with the same type rating so we make money. If we don't, we'd have to charge for more money. So we're going to completely re-engineer something that we probably shouldn't be re-engineering for the upteenth time, and we're going to see if it works.
Geared back into the same unchanged wheel well as the Max 8 and 9. To do that, we've added 9 inches
Look at this thing.
of capability to the gear lengthwise when the airplane rotates. And to do that, we put in this new lever.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
this
a-
lever.
this
Look
is
at this.
On the ground, and this is when we rotate. And this lever extends down that 9.5 inches to provide us that rotation. Now what I have here behind me is a 3D printed plastic model, half scale, that represents the complete design functionality. Now to get us back into the same wheel well, the engineering team has come up with an innovative shrinking mechanism. And
Shrink link. Where's Turkaren at? He's really familiar with the shrink link.
this mechanism, when we retract the gear, as I'll do right now, will pull up the
I'm
inner
sure that
cylinder
will never
and
fail, right? So, who's taking bets on the first 7.3 Max 10 gear unsafe flight failure to retract because the shrink link broke?
allow us to be positioned the same as the existing Max family today. From a pilot's perspective, there's absolutely nothing different between the Max 10 main landing gear and the existing Max families. That solution really, really maximizes both the value to us and our customers.
It really maximizes our sales because if we did it the right way, we wouldn't sell as many.
This is something that I think all engineering teams strive to go accomplish, and the challenges
be a new
that
type
we've asked
rating.
our team to go do, they've just knocked it out of the park.
So, but that's pretty cool. So I learned about that, and we were talking about that in training, as the that shrink link and everything. Maximize shareholder value. Where's Gus at? Yeah, maximize the shareholder value. All right, Chaos. Is your let's set up this VNAV here. Let's see if this thing works. Shrink link. I was in the pool. How's the mic audio too, by the way? I tried to turn it down for this stream. So somebody was saying it was pretty loud and it popping. All right. What do I need to do? Navigraph charts, Janny 5. To be fair, the Hornet had shrink link and planing link and lived a much harder life than airliner gear. Never had an issue with it. But, all right. Well, hopefully we don't have any issues with it. All right. What was I looking for? Oh, yeah. Navigation charts. Arrivals. Janny 5. Jenny Fife. All right, we're coming off Needles. The bottom altitude is going to be Wabbit at 6,000 feet. Expect the Yankee 8 or vectors. So let's go plan mode. Zoom this in here. Joe's at 240. I need a McDo. D-nut or donut. Basil, diver, chickens, copal, pmdg, Janny, Puck, Elmer Fudd, and Wabbit at 6,000. So that's all in the box. And then Silex. It's got one Silex there. We don't need two Silex. Silex possible hold Buddy, ILS Zulu to 8. I wanted the Yankee. What did I load? I loaded the wrong one again. We won't reload it. We'll just leave it as is. Well, this is Zulu. I wanted the Yankee. That's fine. I don't think there's any differences. I'm not going to change it now. All right, so we'll set 6,000 feet up here. We'll get our LS push buttons on. And let's go to perf. Next phase, descent 78290. That looks good. Let's get the weather, shall we? We'll print off the weather for Burbank. Still one of the best features ever to exist in Flight Sim. When I found out the fly-by-wire implemented this, I about lost it. It's so cool. Wait for a message to pull it up. Fly the RNAV RNP Yankee from Wabbit? Nah, we're going to fly the ILS. We're going to get configured out early. Dive and drive. You said they used to have a coffee cup. It's still there? Well, no, I used to have my own V1 coffee cup. I used to have a V1 coffee cup mod. Someone made it. I don't know if it works in 24 or not. AOC received. METAR. Print. Love it. Now I can't read it because of the lighting. Variable at 4, 6 miles, Hayes, 29er, 9er, 6. Alright, 29er, 9er, 6. Can't read anything because I can't. We'll just use this McDo because the sun is in the way. 29er and 9er, 6. Temperature 20. Winds are variable, so I'm not going to do anything weird. I'm just going to put 0 at 0. Some guys like to get weird and put like -5 and all this stuff. Just put 0. I need to go to... Straight in 348 in the barrel. What? How is 348 out of range? Oh my gosh, Boeing me. 1075. Wait, that doesn't make sense, does it? Yeah, 1075. I got Boeing there. All right, 1075 is set. All right, we're ready to go. That's it. Remember the standard start charts on main FB when you're around bottom? Oh, I know. I forgot. I gotta keep using that. That one thing. Now we need a V2 cup. That is true. That is true. Check out the link in the description. V2 Sim. Like and subscribe. 6 years. Hope you're doing well. Swappy. My goodness me. 72 months. 6 years. 6 years, my man. Thank you so much for the support, dude. I appreciate you. Very, very kind. Hold on, I'm texting the wife for coffees. because we need that for our second leg. Are we going to San Jose? Where are we going on our second leg? San Jose? Or should we go to San Francisco? No, we just did San Francisco, didn't we? Yeah, let's go to San Jose. Just saw Spirit. No, officially, they're not shutting down officially, right? It was just the Wall Street Journal article that came out of nowhere. Although I did see President Trump say that they offered a final offer today, right? So now, no, T-Tud Company, now the 59, now I would not bet 5090s on it. Now is the week. I mean, every week we've been, there's been a new article of Spirit's going out of business, right? Every single week for the past 6 months. Now it's starting to get uncomfortable. Let me see, I'm going to read my internal sources here. 4:15 p.m. So this is the epitome of protecting shareholder value and why nobody cares, and you can, dedicate your whole life to do something and then you just get absolutely hosed. The injustices in life are real. So this whole thing is the previous administration's fault. And, well, I shouldn't say the whole thing, because there's definitely fault at the company itself. But blocking the JetBlue merger to prevent the collapse, blocking the JetBlue merger to prevent competition from leaving the market, only to force that competition to go out of business to protect the monopolies, is talking out of both sides of your mouth. And when that deal collapsed, when that was blocked, that was pretty much put Spirit into, a pigeonhole of they need to get bought by someone else. They have to merge with someone else. But this whole thing of protecting customers by not removing competition, when they tell you that if this doesn't happen, we're going to struggle. So, but that was not emphasized by the previous CEO, so that's why he is also highly to blame. But it's all about money. It's all about money, because way back at the beginning of 2021, when Frontier announced the plans to merge with Spirit, had that have happened, Spirit Frontier would be dominating the U.S. low-cost market. JetBlue would be facing extreme pressures and bankruptcies right now. The reason that JetBlue even attempted to make this quote-unquote acquisition of Spirit, I personally don't believe they actually ever intended to merge. I think it was all to submarine the competition. It's cutthroat business. The merger was blocked. Spirit's been cutthroat, and down they go. And now I'm surprised that the government even reached out to try to do a bailout of Spirit, but I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I think it's interesting when people get all up in arms like, well, I'm a taxpayer and I don't want to pay for that. I'm like, well, think about this. If you got 15,000 employees that are already enrolled in the company-provided health care and 401k contributions and all this other benefit stuff, you put all those people out of work, now you got 15,000 people on unemployment checks. It's actually going to be, it's an interesting angle to look at financially, where you almost pay more than $500 billion if the company goes out of business. So I don't really agree with that angle, but I don't know. It almost seems now that all of the other airlines, every airline that's not Spirit, has hated Spirit because of what Spirit has done. It's been a disruptor. Spirit has been a disruptor in the industry for decades, and the other airlines hate that. So it's almost like they all have a pact with each other now. It's like, don't buy them, don't buy them, don't buy them, don't buy them. Let them die. Because I am shocked that there was no other attempt at another merger or acquisition. It's still not out yet. As grim as it seems right now, as grim as it seems right now for Spirit, I'm telling you, if we end this stream, and by the end of the day, it is confirmed that Spirit is indeed liquidating and shutting down, I will still be shocked. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I think it's a lot more likely this week than it was last week when I was betting you all 50-90s. I knew it wasn't going to happen last week because there were still some other things that had to fall in line. I would still be shocked to see it completely shut down. But it does not look good right now, that's for sure. I mean, I got a lot of friends there still, and it just, I'm praying for them, and it's just, you're talking about the livelihoods of a lot of people, families who depend on that operation, people who have dedicated their lives to be a professional and do the job the best they possibly could. The pilot, I think Spirit Airbus pilots are probably the best Airbus pilots in the United States. I mean, the way they train, what you're expected to know. The safest airline in the world. It's one of the safest airlines in the world. It's never had a fatal accident. It's only had, I think, like 1 or 2 hull losses, and there was no injuries in either one of those. So that doesn't happen because it's a low-cost carrier and the passengers want to fight on there. That's a whole different aspect of the company. When you sell fares for $20, you're going to attract a $20 fare clientele, but that's not all the clientele. I mean, there's some really nice. I've met some really nice people on Spirit. It's just when incidents do happen, everyone's got to have somebody to blame, or everyone has somebody to make fun of, and it's always been Spirit. The amount of times I've seen a passenger fighting video where it's clipped or titled, "Oh, fight on Spirit Airlines," when you can very clearly tell it's not a Spirit aircraft, it's probably 50 to like maybe 55-60% of the videos that you see that claim to be Spirit, craziness happening in the back. Let's say at least half of them are probably not true, at least not on Spirit. But that's not to say that it doesn't happen, because I will say it does happen a lot more common when you look at the amount of flights. Oh, chat, we never started down. We don't have auto descent, Chaos. Chaos, this is not a 7-3. We don't have auto descent, chat. We just flew past our TOD. Oh, now we're really cooked. Spoilers out. Look at the slow spoiler deployment at altitude. That is so cool. That's so cool. But yeah, I mean, you guys know me. I've got a soft spot for them, for Spirit.
From the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. As you may have noticed,
I said it before, I'll say it again, man. That was the best job I ever had in aviation, working for that airline. Say what you want to say about what happens in the back sometimes. It was an amazing place, amazing people there. 10 years there, and I only met one guy, only flew with one guy that I did not want to fly with again. 3 months in my current airline, I've flown with like 3 guys that I would, not really want to fly with again. So, yeah. Great place. I'll be shocked if they close up this week. I'll be shocked still. I hope they don't. I hope they get a bailout. But the reason for the bailout, or the reason for this holdup, is it's not even like the government is trying to offer money, but it's the billionaires, the creditors that want more. Like, that's why I got sidetracked on that before I realized we missed our TOD here. We're going to look at it. Ooh, we're pitching up. Ooh, very good. Very good. Well, I got sidetracked on my protect the billionaires spiel. So when Frontier offered to merge with Spirit, everybody was on board and everybody knew it would work. However, JetBlue came in with this insane offer to buy Spirit, allegedly, which is why I still believe they never wanted to actually buy Spirit. They came in with this crazy offer, overpriced valuation, to get the greedy billionaires to want to do that. So when they had the vote for Spirit Frontier or Spirit JetBlue, all the shareholders saw dollar signs, and they're like, we want the president, Ted Christie, was against it. He's like, look, this is going to face a hard time in whatever, it's not going to work, blah blah blah. But all the shareholders saw were dollar signs from this insanely too good to be true, and it sure turned out to be too good to be true offer from JetBlue, and that was it. And then that was it, man. 2 bankruptcies later, failed merger later, all because greed, corporate greed. But if they had gone with Frontier, I guarantee you, JetBlue will probably be next. JetBlue will be on the brink of a restructuring. JetBlue's not going to go out of business. Like I said, I don't think anyone's going out of business, but I think there's going to be a restructuring for JetBlue here soon. They're almost following the same financial footsteps that Spirit has been doing for the last 3 years. They're starting to, lease back their own airplanes, starting to do this. But we'll see, man. It's going to be an interesting couple of weeks here in the airline world. Will this guy be on your podcast? TOD is a suggestion. I love that. We should still have those Spirit VA Fridays. Tyson, if I could ever have a Friday off. Well, I have a Friday off. Here's the thing, man. I'd love to do it tonight, but I got popcorn movie night with my kiddos. I've only seen them 8 days this month. So I got to go home. If fuel prices don't start dropping, a bunch of airlines will be in trouble. It'll be interesting, Bills Mafia. It'll be interesting indeed, my man. Why did I hear the reversion chirp? Why are we in vertical speed? Remanage. We're looking good. We're on the path. We got a level of 23 or above here at Donut. I saw a Spirit crew in Vegas. That looked like he had an entire house in his bags. It's probably a highball. He's probably packing for when they go out of business and he's on the road. He's got to figure out how to get home. I know, man. Did you fly the Pixel? I did, yeah. Pixel was my favorite, man. 321. I still remember the tail number. Was it 521 NK? We had 2 321s in Pixel livery for the longest time. No fences, no winglets or sharklets. Wingtip fence, 321s. They had a weird fuel config layout too. I think one of them actually had the old hydraulic layout too. 319s in Pixel. I won't say with 100% confidence, but I would say that I've probably, in the course of the last 10 years, I probably flew every tail number that was at Spirit from 2015 to 2025. There may be 1 or 2 in there that I didn't fly, or because I don't know for sure. But I'll tell you this: when I was updating my logbook, so I would update my logbook every flight, and I got to a point several years ago where I never had to put in a new tail. Like, it was very rare for me to put in a new tail number because it wasn't automatically saved in my Log 10 Pro. It's like, okay, you're in 638 or 637. Like, it was always there. Rare, very rare, unless it was like the new Neos. We got the new Neos coming on. There might be a handful of Neos that maybe I hadn't flown, but yeah, I flew Skittles, man, all the time. Just checked the runway surface integrity for V1. All good. My back is not so good though. Uh-oh, Sandman. Are you on did you get the Burbank or the new Burbank, Sandman? Speaking of, guys, we're headed into a new Burbank. Look, out constraint to 23. Oh, that's where she's going into reversion mode. Push for manage. She got a little confused there at the outer above. But hey, that's all right. That used to happen on the arrival into Baltimore. What's it called? There's an arrival into Baltimore where this reversion chirp used to happen all the time. And the 321, for some reason, it was like a big red FOPA thing because we had guys blasting through the altitudes on the arrival. Because there's, for some reason, every single time on that arrival into Baltimore, if you were in a 321, when you hit a level off, or it was an at or above, and then there was like an at and maintain right next to each other. And for some reason, every time the 321 would chirp off and go into vertical speed mode until they fixed it. They fixed it a few weeks out. I don't know if it was a navigation issue or a database issue. The Raven 6. Yep, Raven 6, Bills. And there were guys who go into vertical speed, they wouldn't catch it. And then they'd be like, air traffic control would be like, confirm altitude? Never happened to me. Ever. alt constraint. Let's see if she holds on to this one. But yeah, they fixed it, so it wasn't like a thing that is still happening, at least that I know of. But it's always something you got to keep an eye on. Sometimes airplanes do weird things. Airplanes do weird things, just like in the sim. Yeah, this should be a good approach, Sandman. Are we close to Alpha 7 Zulu Zulu? You know what? Alpha 7 Zulu Zulu is back behind us a little ways. If you haven't already, please do hit the like button. See if we get this video up to over 200 likes would be pretty cool. Also, as a reminder, I saw there's already 200 subs to the V2 channel. That's awesome. I have one more video coming out today, and then I'll space it out 2 to 3 uploads a day for the first, couple of weeks or so. Some mixed. I've got, basically I'm pulling a lot of videos from the Airbus, and I'm also pulling videos for my prop fans out there. I've got some old freight videos that I thought I did pretty well back in the day, but they never got a lot of traction. But also some new stuff too, where I've clipped out where we talk about the PT6 and talk about the upper deck air and the turbocharger, things of that nature. I've got all those parsed and ready to upload into the V2 channel as well. So if you guys like that kind of stuff, it'll be that'll be the place. It'll be easier to find. It'll be easier to find. That way, when you miss a stream, you can still get the highlights. Got my PPL recently. ATPL up next. Just wanted to thank you for all the content you do. So much of aviation content seems geared around accidents and ambulance chasing. Oof, I hear you, man. E1. Well, congratulations on your PPL. ATPL is up next. Enjoy the ride, man. It's going to be like, you know the deal from that by now. You just got your PPL, which I think is still the hardest because everything's new. But moving into your ATP, just enjoy the ride, man. Try not to get overwhelmed. It can feel overwhelming at times. But just remember to enjoy the ride. I feel like I could have done better looking back on my career so far. When I was a student, I enjoyed it, but I had a lot of distractions going on too. I was, doing things I shouldn't be doing, chasing girls and getting distracted. So I enjoyed it, but I feel like I could have done better instead of treating it like a just got to get done and be done with it. Enjoy it. I will say commercial was my absolute favorite as a student. I really enjoyed moving into commercial. I thought that was cool. If Green Dot would allow it, maybe post those Green Dot breakdowns into separate videos. Al Loper, I don't know if I want to do that because I don't want to. I might ask him, Al. Well, maybe parts of it, Al. Like maybe parts of the Green Dots. Like I won't just do the whole Green Dot redo up there because I feel like that's getting a little bit too close to re-uploading someone else's content. But maybe like, a snippet here, like, hey, this is what we talked about. Go check it out on this stream. Because what I'm trying to do, I think some of the links are broken right now. I still got to figure that out. But I'm trying to make it so it'll be real easy to relink to the actual timestamp of the stream where we discuss the event. So I love the technicalities of instrument training. Yeah, I agree too with you, Bills. For me, it'd be commercial than instrument, because instrument was fun too. Because that's where you really learn, what you're realistically gonna be doing all the time too. So as if you're gonna be going into aviation as a professional, right? Like you're gonna be, if you want to fly for the airlines or you want to fly corporate, you're gonna be flying instrument all the time, IFR. So that was a cool kind of a motivating aspect of the IFR, their instrument rating too. It's not like, oh, let's do S turns across the road or whatever. Let's do steep turns. I'll never forget one time I got asked to do a 360 in the corporate jet. Sir, this is a corporate jet. We don't do 360s. Sorry. You give us delay vectors. All right. Standard set 2998 set and cross-check lights are coming on. Actually, I don't know how. No, that's not how we did it. Seatbelts are coming on. Flight attendants prepare for landing. We'll get the other ones at 10. Right now, it's chaos. She's bang on the profile. Look at this. 22 knot quartering headwind. Done a really good job so far on the descent. Couple little disengagements there on the outer aboves and then the hard altitudes, but nothing that competent Airbus pilot wouldn't be able to catch up there with that mode reversion chirp. Whenever you hear that, by the way, that's called the mode reversion chirp. Anytime you hear that, your eyes should go here. Right here. Not up here. Not over here. Right here. FMA. Anytime you hear the chirp, 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 that's telling you, airplane, hey, something has happened where I cannot maintain what you wanted. That's what that means. And it's telling you, this is what I'm doing now, fix me. That's the mode reversion chirp. That'll save you so much headache in it, because it's not a real I mean, it is prominent, like it bing ding ding, but it's not like a fire alarm prominent or a master warning prominent, which it shouldn't be. But if you're in a real busy airspace sector and you're talking on VATSIM and you're descending through weather, changing arrivals, if you miss that chirp, it can cause you some headaches. That is for sure. It can definitely cause you some headaches. What about when landing? You'll get that mode reversion chirp if your FMA is not configured for landing. So if you're landing in altitude, vertical speed, which I see a lot of guys do all the time on YouTube, you should be in some sort of vertical mode to touchdown or flight directors off. That's how we used to fly it. Now, I don't know. I mean, SOP across other airlines, they may say you can land with it in altitude hold. I don't know. My Airbus experience is tailored to one operator, and if you had the flight directors up for touchdown, you were either in a vertical lateral mode that allowed to touchdown, or you had the flight directors off at minimums, or depending on where the flight director altitude off was. It could be anywhere from minimums to 50 feet to 100 feet, just depended on the airframe of which we're flying. Captain McGee, thank you so much for the 32 months support. Gonna jump on the graphics and chase plane train now. Not GFX, chase plane, probably yes. Chase plane, probably yes. We already had the announcements, Captain McGee. Yeah, they had them. Yeah, the announcements came on earlier. Calling out Captain Cannon if you're going to turn off the flight directors on RNF push. Listen, Joe Planes, I didn't say it. You said it, my man. I didn't say it. You said it. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I say there's nothing wrong with it. It's just not. It's really, more than anything, it's to prevent you from getting accustomed to that sound, right? So if you always landed in RNAV and you always landed with those on, and you get the chirp, you're getting accustomed to hearing the chirp going off, right? Now, I don't know, in sim world, and I don't know, Chaos, if you can answer this question, and I've thought about this. In sim world specifically here, I wonder if leaving your flight directors on a improper lateral and vertical mode for landing affects the flare behavior of the airplane. Because you know how it's a simulated flare field, snapshot 30 feet, nose trimming down, you pull aft, that's your flare mode, right? I wonder if you just left it, say you were in altitude hold, I wonder if some of the Airbus in the sims would like not properly give you flare mode properly. I don't know. Or if it's completely irrelevant. In the real aircraft, it is irrelevant. In sim world, to me, it almost seems like it could make a difference. So I don't know. Thought you only turned off the flight directors when in FPA mode to prevent thrust idle instead of speed mode. It sounds like you're speaking Russian to me, man. We only turn the flight directors off when in FPA mode to prevent thrust idle. It depends. Oh, coffee delivery's here. What you're saying is correct. Hold on real quick, guys. All right, coffee has been delivered. That's crazy. I just had a thought, like, so my daughter just came in and delivered the coffee that my wife had picked up. I started this channel before she was born. And now she's coming into the HQ while we're live delivering coffee. It's just kind of a cool moment. That's pretty wild. All right. We have the juice, chat. We have the juice to do our second leg. But I am going to reset. I'll put up the Be Right Back screen. I'll set up the... I'm going to reset the stream because I don't know how wonky everything could get when it was going in and out of the lost connection menu and all that. And then we'll plan a San Jose flight. We'll do a short flight. Burbank, San Jose on IVAO standard if you want to join. I know there was a couple guys that took off before me, but my stream obviously borked up, so I apologize. All right, but let's go ahead and get this. Let's go ahead and get the 320 cam online. Speed brakes are out. Rocking and rolling. Let's pay attention now. I missed my max vertical guidance. I think I'm becoming a true Boeing fan. Where's my vertical profile from the 7.3 Max? All right, let's go ahead and help it out. Well, you can get high and fast on this arrival, so lights are coming on. We'll ding the flight attendants. Getting ready to go through 10. Let's see, were there any speed restrictions? I think there was one up here, but let's go ahead and I think they typically give you one too. Let's go ahead and maintain 210. Let's keep it fast. Let's go 250. And let's just drop down to maintain 8,000. We're going to come off of the RNAV profile for cinematic purposes. I'm going to get down here. We're going to do an open descent down to 8. Stow the brakes. We're at a 10. We'll go perf. Activate. Confirm the approach phase. That is set. Alright. Do on you. Sounds are coming up. What has Barry Seal been doing while not flying? He's hanging out, eating tamales, my man. All right. Do we add 100 feet to the RNAV barrel min? Only if it is an MDA where you have to do addition. So let's take a look. There's an easy way to remember this. MDA must do addition. So in this case, you would add 50 feet to this LNAV barrel min. This would now be 1710. If it is a DA, don't add. There's no reason to add here. Don't add. If it's an MDA, you add 50 feet. Must do addition. Is there a rule when to engage the approach phase? That'll be SOP dependent. My previous operator SOP 10,000 feet. We always engage. We always activated. We selected speed, and we activated the approach phase. You had to be a little bit careful on some stars that had speed restrictions below 10,000 feet, like 230, 210. You'd have to manually do that. If you didn't activate the approach phase, the airplane would do it for you. But with the varying terrain, and back when I started even flying the airplane in non-radar environments, high terrain, it just became easier for fleet commonality to make sure everybody did it the same way every single time. So we would always activate the approach phase at 10,000 feet, even if there were speeds on the arrival below 10. You just have to be a little bit of a pilot and remember to reselect it. So like, let's say there was 210 at puck. Okay, now I got to select 210. But it prevents a couple of different things, and it also confirms that when you go to manage speed, because our SOP was always to land in managed speed when possible. If for some reason you weren't in the active approach phase and then you manage speed at gear down, guess what? Now you're thrusting up for 250 knots. And at 2,000 feet, you're going to be unstable. All right. Alright, now we'll drop down to 6. Give ourselves the old SoCal vector here. Frontier Flight 357, descend and maintain 6,000. What's your favorite approach to flying on the 737? Well, let me think about that one. Honestly, dude, this is going to sound weird. I really enjoyed flying into Guayaquil. Coming in over the river and like the swampland. That was a new message, lat disco ahead. It was, and I cleared it out because it was so realistic. Chaos is over here like, oh, look at the message, look at the message. And I'm like, dang it, I totally cleared it on you. Did you guys see that lat discontinuity? Very cool. Oh, let's go ahead and go flaps 1 because I already feel like we're getting high. Have you done the RNAV 3.1? Not the RNAV 3.1 or LaGuardia. I've done, I haven't done the fun ones in LaGuardia. I've been to LaGuardia, but I haven't done the fun ones yet, Extreme. No, I have not. Frontier Flight 357, reduce speed, maintain 180 knots, expect radar vector Silex. Descend and maintain 4,000. 4, down we go. Where's my flap view? Where's a better wing? Flaps 2. Why does they IR in a line? That's when you're aligning the IRSs. That's correct behavior. So previous SOP was fully configured except flaps full by buddy. So you could be flaps 3, but you had to be flaps 3 gear down prior to buddy. So that's what we're going to aim for. Typically on the 320 series, whether you're in the 19, 20, or 21, our magic window of operation that you guys, if you're a fan of the channel, you know, 2,000 feet above touchdown zone, flaps 2, 180 knots. So essentially what I'm doing right now, perfect for any approach. Minus the 5% of approaches where you got to do something different, this being one of them. So we're going to get out of our normal window here. Frontier Flight 357, turn right, flight heading 210. 210 on the heading, Frontier Flight 357. Chaos, can you extend the line on this thing? Oh, what's the course line? 079. Ah. Unacceptable. Just kidding.
$2,500.
Yeah, we're doing a cinematic mountain pass on this one. You'd probably be at 6 here? 6 or 5? 4 seems a wee bit low, but for cinematic purposes, look at that. Look at that jet. Look at it. Like it. Yeah, Jipwiz may not be happy, so we're going to stay in the wing view. We are going to clear it, right? Yeah. Okay. Just imagine we're just sitting here and just go right into the mountain. Wow, look at the... I don't know. I feel like some update 5, like the forests look better. Like they got the clearings and grass instead of just all giant trees. I don't know.
Burbank traffic for track 69 and landed out of 1000 for the RNAV Yankee runway at
Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357 on the extended left down base for runway 8 Burbank. Oh, is that the Bijan mod, Turk? You're absolutely right. I forgot. That is Bijan. That's the Bijan tree mod coming in. Clutch. Frontier Flight 357, turn a left, heading 190. Descend and maintain 3,500. Nah, T-Lot I think is 275. I'm actually impressed right now because of the haze. The haze in SoCal can sometimes really bring your perf down. Look at the rock formation. Oh my goodness. We're going to blast out of here at sunset too. Second leg will be a sunset departure. Marine layer moving in. Frontier Flight 357. Turn left, proceed direct, Silex, cross it out or above 3,500, cleared for the ILS, runway 8. Alright, cross Silex at above 3,500, cleared for the ILS 8, Frontier Flight 357. You see the little, do you see the little trucks up here? What's this, like a little like mining center or something? Someone asked me many streams ago if I got paid the same to do YouTube, would I do YouTube instead of fly? You know, back in the day, no. With what we got now, it's so realistic, I would say yes. Like, you can get this, you can almost get the satisfaction of actually flying an airplane in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. This is incredible. I am constantly impressed at where we are technology-wise in a home sim. Absolutely love it. Near that little football stadium down there. Yeah, no earthquake wake-ups in the sim either, Turks. 100% right. Look at me joining an LNAV like a Boeing driver. I didn't arm the approach yet. Flaps tree. I hope we're not too fast for flaps 3. Right at we're at 180. Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357 just turned final about 1.5 mile final from way 8. We're 5 outside of Buddy. All right, cleared approach. Approach pushing. Approach push button pushed. Loc. Glide slope is arm or flaps 3. Remember, gear have to come down before Buddy. We'll drop them early. Let's listen to the thud. Ooh, yeah. Remember being excited about the blocky square clouds in 2020? Yeah, I sure do. Reset jet. I sure do, my man. Oh my gosh, replay. Reset jet, your aircraft. I can't see.
Burbank traffic for drag 69, 5 miles final, runway 8.
I can't see. Got it, recording is on. All right, my aircraft. All right, manage speed. Flaps full. He didn't say speed verified. Whoops. Turks, do you guys say speed verified on retract, or is it only on extension on approach? Nabil, new V2 channel. It's going to be all the little pieces of information that you missed in a 3-hour stream cut up and pushed on the new channel, man. So if you haven't already, like and subscribe. Thank you so much for the support.
Short final, runway 8.
Good to see you, man. Hope all is well, dude. There's the auto marker. Why do we have the marker beacon, the volume on? That's interesting. I haven't heard one of those in about 15 years. Should we hand fly it? I'm kind of scared. Oh. Autopilot off. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Mode reversion. Eyes go here. What is it? Cat 1. Normal. Oh my gosh. See? Remember, less is more. I'm already Boeing ham-fisting. Just don't touch it, dude. Just don't touch it. It's an Airbus. We got a quartering tailwind. That's going to be spicy. We're going to go max manual brakes. So we'll select medium. 4,700 pounds of fuel. Look at that. Fuel burn was pretty spot on, Chaos. Fuel burn, that's about right, according to our flight plan. I didn't think to look at the fuel burn in cruise.
For Burbank traffic, for drag 69 off, the end of the runway roll.
1,000.
Give me the bird. Nope, don't give me the bird. I thought I'm in the Boeing. I put the bird on while I'm in the flight director. Can't do that in the Airbus, I forgot. Ooh, quartering tailwind. Absolutely worst possible scenario for this approach. Rolling EMS for career track on runway 8. Standard briefing here. We're going to dip below the glide path just a little bit. One landing is assured, so if you see 3, then 4 reds, don't be alarmed.
My toe brake for down.
No toe brakes. So this is the new Burbank too. You guys tell me what you think. I think it looks really freaking good. We'll get in here a little bit closer, and then we'll dip below.
100 above. Minimum.
Landing. Alright, landing's assured. I'm going to slide below here. We got 3 red, totally normal. Don't want 4 red, but 3 red's fine here.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Oh
5,
my gosh! Are you kidding me? Go
5,
around. Go around. Go around flaps. Positive rate. Gear up. I forgot how to flare the Airbus. Hey, you get a takeoff though. Dang it. Coming. Back to the right. Golly. Outstar. 3,500. We never set missed approach altitude, that's why. Alright, here we go. Here comes reduction. I'll give you an extra reduction. Flaps 1. Flaps up. Half takeoff checklist. Out. Gosh, we folk will go wild. My goodness. Okay, well, let's try that again. Let's go ahead and do a couple things. Let's go autopilot on. And let's go ahead and come right 230. Let's bug up a little bit here. Go 230. Burbank traffic, Frontier 5357, go around off runway 8, run right down 108. Well, definitely pulled back way too hard on that, and just not used to flaring. Not used to flaring the bus. Alright, let's see if she resequences here. All right, after takeoff, that's up. Let's go ahead and come back in here. We'll reactivate, reconfirm the approach phase. We'll clean up the box. So let's go ahead and we're gonna go direct to Buddy. We're gonna cut it inside of Buddy. So let's go ahead and start slowing down. 180.
2,500.
Fly heading 260. Let's try that again. Flaps on. One able to say reason for go around. We bounced. And we got it on record too. That's right. Now you get some more SoCal juice though. This little lake here off the left-hand side. I never really get to see this because normally on takeoff we're just blasting out at 5,000 feet a minute and don't have time to look down over here. It's kind of neat. Man, the SoCal. Was there a SoCal update or something? Because the scenery looks really good. Alright, flaps 2. Buddy's mandatory outer look 3 there, so we will maintain 3,500. Let's come back 160 here. We're going to short approach this. There was a Cali update? Okay, that makes sense. Flaps trays, they trays. I think this proved V1s needs to fly the Airbus more often on stream. Dude, John, I know, man. I'm rusty. I am rusty. Oh, we're gonna make this real tight too. Well, we were fine at 160. I don't need the speed there. Let's go 290. Look at the dam on that lake too. Wow. I've never noticed this much detail. Soon he'll be back on the bus, on the real Airbus, going stop to stop every 2.3 seconds on short final, as is tradition. Oh no, you might be right, man. You might be right. Alright, let's take it direct to Buddy. Got it primed up. Turn right, 330. Totally just ham-fisted that flare, guys. Like I said, I haven't even done a practice flight, so not
2,500.
very good. All right, continue that right turn. Cleared for the approach. Nav into Buddy. Approach is armed. Descend and maintain 3. So we're going to be outside of the loke here. Disarm the approach like a professional. Oh, it actually captured the loke, and we got the loke. Okay, good. We didn't need it. All right, glide slope star, loke star. Let's set go around altitude 4,000 this time, in case we have to do that again. 4,000 is set just prior to Buddy. We'll go gear down right about now. Speed brakes on.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
27 on the VAP. Took about 700 pounds of fuel.
2,500.
Do that go around. Are we sure we want to do a second leg in the Airbus, guys? Are you sure we want to do a second leg in the Airbus? Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357, just over Buddy for runway 08, Burbank. All right, here we go. Manage speed. Flaps full. We're gonna get it this time. Do it in the Duke. I'll be here all night, my man. Ooh, marine layer's catching up with me now. A little bit. I'm gonna go. Oh, give me 2 knots there. Give me 2 knots off that VLS there, Chief. Now it says it has the localizer, but it also shows full scale deflection, so one of you is lying to me. Alright. Down, down. Let's go. Here comes the localizer. Well, we wanted to see the Burbank, so now we get to see more of the Burbank. Native ATR drops on Tuesday? Ooh. Oh, it does say Lodestar. Thank you, Chaos. Read your FMA, guys. Looking to get a yoke and throttle quadrant. I got the Airbus TCA. Which ones recommend that won't break the bank? Yoke and throttle. In terms of yoke, if force feedback is not in your wheelhouse, BKG, Thrustmaster pendular yoke would be my recommendation for yoke. Throttle. If you want
1,000.
a throttle that's going to be adaptable to anything you want to fly, honeycomb Bravo. Autopilot's coming off. We're going to fly this. We're going to do better this time, Chaos. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to turn the flight directors off too, and we're going to go bird mode. Give me the bird. Flight directors off. Auto throttle's on. Here we go. Same thing as before. Expect 3 reds once we get runway assured. JJ, there's no hate, dude. I've been in love with this airplane, man. I feel like it's a great... There's been so much added, JJ, to the fly-by-wire 320. This has been a wonderful flight, man. We're going to do a sunset departure here next on leg 2.
400. 100 above.
There we go. We're locked in now. Wind's died off a little bit too, which is nice.
Minimum.
Alright, there's our 3 reds.
Glide slow.
Oh, hush, Chaos. It's actually correct how it only gave us that one call there. Alright, here we go.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 10, 5.
A little long. Oof. What happened to my perf on the touchdown? Manual brakes.
Auto brake off.
Ooh. Rops. Exit down here at the end. Yeah, my sim is a little wonky now. Oh, we got the chrono going. We'll park straight ahead, Alpha 7. Actually, no. Last time I parked here, a spiritual. We went over here. Let's do it. All right, clean it up. Can I park in wing view? Surely not. It's pretty good. Yeah, I need to reboot my sim, man. It's getting wonky. Look at that parking job, though. Oh, just as I said that. A little crazy. Oh my gosh, almost like I've flown this thing before. Ah! Let's take it up to the 3rd line. Oh, we'll go with this one right here. Get those engines in the ingestion zone. Erp! Nice flex on the thing there. Alright, I tell you what, do I shut it down now for the replay? Let me save the replay. I'll tell you what, let's just do the replay, and then we'll do the second leg. I'm not going to shut down. We'll shut down on the next flight. So I'm going to save this. Let's do the replay right now, because I'm going to do a quick reboot of the sim, because I feel like I'm pushing it to its limits after all the hiccups we had earlier. So engines are on. We'll disconnect from the network. And Al, you're absolutely right. I might have the other one. Yeah, next leg will be Burbank, San Jose. Next leg will be Burbank, San Jose. Replay's up. Let's watch the, I'll tell you what, let's watch the touchdown first, if it doesn't crash. We're going to watch the landing first, then we're going to watch the go around. Put you back in here, auto throttle. Alright, there we go. We're back in it. Flaps are coming down. Gears down. Alright, so this is our first go around. This will be pretty neat here. Al, you know what? I didn't even think of that. I might have the old Orbix one installed on top of it, dude. You're absolutely right. I gotta make sure I pull that out. Vodka, you gonna join us to San Jose in the Lear? Oof. One of my reversers popped though, because my throttle's running in reverse maybe. That didn't look terrible. Let's see where we see how that is here on the outside. Oh, just a little bit extra juice on the flare. Wasn't a terrible touchdown, but we technically went a little longer. No, that's the tax we got to be down by. Something didn't look too bad. Let's watch the go around. Stow that. So this is the go around. We'll watch this, and then we'll. I'm gonna reboot the sim. Take a 5-minute breather.
1,000.
And then we'll head up to San Jose. Local lights. I haven't checked out the F-27. The Fokker? Talk about the prop Fokker? Yeah. I've been interested. Love the sounds, man. So good. That rushing sound. I love this little metal patch here on the flap too. That looks good. It's part of the livery. I think I might have the Orbix installed, dude. See how we get right over the runway and it starts doing that performance thing? Here was our crazy flare. Oh yeah. And then we actually touched all right. said, screw it, we're going around. Powered up. Yeah, I gotta have 2 airports installed. Why are half the trees purple? Wow, did you see that? There's definitely a perf problem there. Yeah, this is Boris's first airplane, man. All right, so that was cool. That was cool, but I want to get the perf fixed a little bit, and I want to set up a sunset departure out of here. We're going to reboot. I'll put up the Be Right Back screen here in for a minute. I'm going to turn this way down. But for those of us, let's see the landing one more time. Actual landing here. Flaps are coming in. Get my flight plan filed. Clear direct Fubar, what's up? V1 Aero, nice thing to come home to. V1 back in the bus. Fubar, man, it wasn't pretty, man. Go around. Freaking go around on the first attempt. Our gear's not down. Almost had it, then just a little bit of float, touchdown. Still pretty cool if you ask me. Still pretty cool. Bang on center line. Love the airport though. Are my trees supposed to be purple? Or is that a conflicting scenery? I don't feel like those are supposed to be purple. Alright. Be Right Back screen? Yeah, because I can tell something's throttling it. Be Right Back screen is coming up. I'm going to completely reboot the sim. May take about 5-7 minutes or so. Refile, quick flight, probably 30 minutes up to San Jose. We'll do a sunset departure. If you're going to fly along. Oh no, there was a couple guys that flew in with me. We'll blast the sim off at 1900. We'll do a 1900 sim time departure. So, Be Right Back screen is coming up right here. Matter of fact, let me get the countdown up. Oh, hold on, let's turn that off. Let me redo my countdown. Give you guys a better idea. Let's call it top of the hour for now, about 5 minutes. And I'll throw on some tunes. And I'm going to reboot everything. Replay. AJ, thanks for the $3 super chat. Orbix KBUR will be in the official folder. You're right, AJ. I never deleted it. My man AJ coming in clutch with the $3 super chat, telling me to check out my official folder. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna close the sim. I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Burbank, San Jose. Remember to fly quietly, AJ. You just saved me a lot of perf there. Thank you for that. Appreciate you, man. Hayden J. Robbins, the Speed Man. Welcome. Welcome back, man. I will see you here in about 5 minutes, buddy. All right.
you can never walk alone on your way to being free. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? But you can never walk alone.
You can never walk alone on your way to being free.
Where are you? But you can never walk alone on your way to being free. Where are you? Where are you? But you can never walk alone on your way to being free.
On the way to being free.
Well, this song is depressing. Oh, no, not really. It's actually pretty good. All right, almost ready. Hold on. I'm loading in right where I parked there. The gate right before the end. All right, all right, all right. Almost ready, almost ready. Yes, we're still live. Jesse, what's going on, man? Lake 2. 1 second. All right, Chad. Rocking and rolling. Look at that lineup down the road there. A couple of Southwest 7.3s. I love the 7.3, guys. I love it. I love it. If it isn't live, it's Memorex. All right, let's fade it out. Let's go to work here. I like this song, though. T-E-I by Uwe. All right, I'm going to listen to that and cruise. It's going to be a short flight, but we are ready to go. Restarted, rebooted, memory cache, or rolling cache cleared out, so we should be better to go there as well. Burbank, looking fancy. Flyboy is capable of RNAV approaches. I tell you what, Pat, we didn't do the RNAV approach. We probably should have tested the RNAV approach. I tell you what, I had 0 lateral and vertical navigation issues on the previous leg. The one thing I did notice was we had a on the star. I did have one little vertical issue. Sometimes it would disconnect from path to a vertical speed mode when we had 2 restrictions that were an adder above and then an adder below. Loud and clear.
5.
But other than that, so no final lap mode, says Chaos. So no final lap, but LNAV and VNAV. But other than that, honestly, I mean, there was no issues. Like, it was on speed. It did what it was supposed to do when it got fast. We were actually late on the descent window. So overall, very smooth flight. I got no issues with anything that happened other than that little thing that I talked about going into vertical speed mode. But even then, yes, the airplane's not supposed to do that. Yes, that's probably a bug or needs to be fixed. But I'll tell you, I've seen that exact same thing happen in the real airplane as we talked about on the Raven 6. So as far as I'm concerned, absolutely loved it. But to me, this is where this airplane shines right here. Going into nighttime, sunset flight, for some reason, the fly-by-wire, there's something about the lighting in this airplane. Loud and clear, 5x5, help me. Don't ever say 5x5 like I just said 5x5.
5x5. Thank you.
I hate saying 5x5. I love flying this airplane at night. It's a whole different vibe. So let's enjoy it. Short flight, probably 30 minutes or so, up to San Jose, rocking and rolling. And you get to have a takeoff this time, hopefully, because our takeoff was cut short by internet disruption on the last stream. So let's boot it up. Let's go ahead and get an aircraft swap. We went to the hotel. We're coming back. And we're powering up this beauty. We're going to juice up the cockpit, get everything going right now. We're going to turn the dome light on even. Listen to the fans coming on. Yes, oh, I got to reset all my controls. That probably would help, wouldn't it? There we go. All right, overhead, that's coming up. Let's get the ADERs into a line. 1, 2, 3, captain purrs to captain. Strobe auto, nav position 2. First officer's flying this leg. No electric on, emergency exit lights armed. We already did the fire test through flight. We'll skip all those tests today. That all looks good on the overhead. Much better performance, too. I can feel it already in the sim. You guys feel that? Much better, much smoother here already. Definitely had some issues with 2 airports loaded up. Let's go ahead and lower these contrasts down a little bit. I'll tell you what, do we need a dome light? Let's turn you off. Turn the dome light off for now. Flood panel light. Let's turn that on, though. Yes, yes. Magic Barrel Ref will update you. Okay. First things first. FMGC. All right. Initialization. Before I pull that, let's get this up and rocking and rolling. Which gate? Oh, I already answered that one. Cool. All right, fuel and payload automatically imported. Excellent. So that's us, Burbank, San Jose. Do I need to import SimBrief? No, I don't. I already did that. So let's go here. Let's go ahead and start fueling, please. Oh, it's a quick flight. So let's see. Block fuel from SimBrief. Just a 2-minute. Oh, we're actually going to defuel. Not a problem there. So we're going to bring the fuel down. Let's get the init request going. Uplink in progress. Look at that view right there. Kill the Orbix and system tray. Do I have Orbix and system tray? I don't have Orbix and system tray anymore, but I have freaking MD-80 Leonardo still, the old one. I don't know why. I can't get the old Leonardo system tray to stop going through. All right. All right, we are flight plan uplink Frontier 357 alternate of Sacramento. What are we departing tonight, guys? Let's see. SimBrief has us departing off of runway 15. All right, we're flaps 3 Toga is what we're going to do. So we're going to do departure, runway 15. And the SID is Orsos 2. Orsos 2 out to Corez. Insert that. Going into San Jose. This is going to link up beautifully. Trox Silicon 6 for 30 left. Love this approach. I love flying to San Jose. It brings me back to when I was a kid. Silicon 6, Trox, and via Clyde, Trox Silicon 6. We might have some doubles up in there. We'll take a look at it real quick. Can we go plan mode? Yes, we can. Alright, let's step through you real quick. Manual leg off the Orsos. Alright, that's normal. We'll leave that. And then going this way, Corez, Marks, Trox, Silicon Valley, Wilson, perfectly linked up. Constraints on. Look at that. Love it. Absolutely love it. Flight plan looks good. Secondary flight plan, since we can do this in the fly-by-wire 320, initialize. This is one of those airports where you're not going to put Burbank. We're actually going to go Burbank LAX. So if something were to go wrong on this particular flight, we're going to come back around secondary flight plan, and we're going to go to Los Angeles. We'll be on essentially base for 25 right. Well, probably not 25 right. It doesn't matter. But what's the other one? 24 right. I'll just put a 224 right in there. But that's what we got. We'll do secondary perf. Because you're not going to come back to Burbank if you have an issue. Not unless you're on fire and you don't think you can make it. But even then, Burbank is so close to LA. I mean, the wing would have to be coming off for me to come into Burbank instead of go to LAX 24 right. Temperature off the ground 22. Wow, it's actually warm out here. What was the barrel? 2994. That is set. The secondary is all done. Nothing to rad nav. Progress page. Let's put in KBUR. Boom. Perf. Did that take? Yep. Perf. We'll leave it there. Init B. Let's go ahead. Fueling is complete. Absolutely wonderful. Captain, are you ready to board? I am ready to board. Miss being a captain. Did I say that already? Let's go ahead and begin the boarding process. Let's go ahead and get the APU cooking. Let's get our fuel on board. 10-4. That checks. Fuel tank pumps are coming online. Seatbelt sign is coming on. And we'll put this in the box of 10.4. Love it. And APU start. Yes, yes. In the words of XP72. Crazy how close the ramp is to the runway? Yes. I flew UAL out of Burbank at a Terminal 1. We pushed past the 3-3 hold short. Yeah. So you have to, Joe Plains, there's a whole procedure for parking over there. Because we used to park over there as well. They basically have to stop the 1533 traffic so you can get in and out of your gate. Very, very tight. I posted a short many years ago. I'll repost it up on the V2 channel. When we were sitting at the gate over there, and man, you had the best plane spotting view in the world, man. For 15 departures, sitting at the gate, the left seat of the Airbus, man, I had the window open and I was plane spotting all day long. It was awesome. All right, APU is up and running. Let's go ahead and start the chrono. Give it 3 minutes or so. APU is avail, looking good. Let's see, what else can we do here? There's not much else to do because it's an Airbus. Let's set our cruise altitude in there. What do we file? Cruise altitude 36. That's... We're not going to go to 36, Chief. Let's go to 32. We'll take 32 as a final. We'll recruise at 320. All right, let's do 32. My Flightbox says it's a line 7 minutes blinking. Did you put in the position, my friend? Did you... You don't even have to do that, do you? Yeah, you have an issue if it's not aligning. Hit to the... Listen, as Chaos says, there's a... what stopped it? Yeah, check the support channel out. They can help you, man. They're very active in the fly-by-wire Discord. So give them a shout. See if they can help you out. Issues like that, man, it's really hard for me to diagnose on a stream because, number one, if it's not something that's a user error and it is a technical error, then, you know, there's no way I can help you there. But even if it is a user error, with me not being able to see your screen and knowing what you did during the power up and boot cycle, like I have no idea. It could be a number of things. So that's what makes troubleshooting on stream difficult, unless it's something simple. Then normally we could figure it out together, but hopefully you'll get it figured out, man. Really, just so you know, the procedure is you come up here, you want to put them into nav, right? And it doesn't matter which order you do it, but this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. So we normally go 1, 2, 3. You put them into nav mode, and then you want to make sure your position is initialized in the FMC. And once that's done, you're good. So you don't have to hit IRS init here, but you could hit IRS init too. We used to do that on the older boxes. You could make it more accurate sometimes, because sometimes it would actually... What did it used to do? It used to take like a reference point, and then you could go in there and manually force it. But our old 319s used to always have to hit IRS init. But cost index 10, 320, Tropo's good. That all looks good. Perf is set, so we're just waiting for that. Fuel, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Close enough. Chrono's coming off. Let's go VOR, VOR. APU bleed is on. Battery, ground power, I put RS on nav, and no position though. Just go to that pause and it. See what happens, just out of curiosity. The zero fuel weight helper will put the planned weight into the scratch pad during boarding, so you can already enter it if you want. Really, Chaos? The zero fuel weight helper. What is that? Oh, planned. 129.6? So this is what we would do in the real airplane. 129.6, and then we would always put a CG of 30 planned. Oh, you mean just clicking the line select key. Okay, well, I'll update it after... what happens if I just don't do anything? Will it auto-update after engine start? So, again, SOPs different. A lot of different airlines do a lot of different things. But we used to just put in the zero fuel, 30.0, and then auto-uplink after start. Oh, 129.7, 32.5. There you go. Yeah, so, well, Chaos, when you say should it, that's how our aircraft operated. So we would always put in the zero fuel and 30.0 in the CG as default. After our numbers came back for performance and after engine start, well, actually, I take that back. Not after our numbers came back for performance. After engine start, the aircraft would auto change to the current, and that was part of the captain flow. I'd go to the fuel predict, and I would verify that the CG changed to whatever the actual CG is with our closeout numbers that we printed out. So we would put in a default value, and then it would change after engine start, and I would always verify that. But again, it's an Airbus, man, right? So there could be 500 different versions of how that's supposed to work. All right. Rocking and rolling. I'm getting excited for this flight. Cozy night flight. Oh, now that we have predictions, EET function. Let's do it. So, let's time now. Zulu is 2-2 in the sim. Will it work though, Chaos? Because it's not sim time. You see what I'm saying? What if I say we get off at 0230? How do you do it? Is it slash? No, 02. You just put it in there, right? No. Oh, the vertical does. See? Freaking Boeing pilots, man. What did I say? 0225? Boom. Okay, so now, boom. Look at that. So when I make a PA, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard, it should be landing at about 3:10 Zulu, which would be just an hour. It'd be, well, I don't know what time it is now, like 1:25, whatever the time is. But that's your planned takeoff time now, 0225Z. And that gives you a Zulu time. If you noticed before, it said 33 or something down here. It actually showed you the time en route, which we didn't put the winds in. And then let's go ahead and get the ATIS printed out here too. AOC weather request. We'll do. Let's just get both of them. It's a short flight, Burbank, San Jose weather. And then we'll be ready to go. We'll go ahead and disconnect from the ground power. And we ready. I'm going to repost this to the Discord as well.
Burbank traffic, frontier flight 444, exit runway 15, B Alpha, crossing 26 at Alpha.
All right. Got that updated. Performance at Burbank. Well, ask me on the taxi out highball. Coming in was terrible, but I had 2 airports installed. I deleted my Orbix. So far, so good. Wow, what is there? There's a lot of tails out there. We got 1, 2. We got another Frontier leaving. A Delta. Who is that? A Red Bull something? We got a Frontier leaving. Southwest 73.
Road traffic, frontier 5, 42.
Busy day on Iveo.
Burbank traffic for track 69, pushback level 5.
This will be an interesting taxi. All right, we should probably look at our takeoff. We're going to fill data from OFP. Out of here, we're gonna force a config 3. We're gonna force a Toga, packs on. We're gonna calculate that Toga flaps 3 packs on, and then we also need to get the charts out here from Burbank.
traffic, southwest 346, pushback.
Pin U, SID, Orso's pin U. Look at this, pin charts. That's what I want to see. Very easy to manipulate. We'll go into night mode here. So pushback and taxi to runway 15. This is going to be challenging. I'm going to have to push back and block that southwest, but I think he just called for push. So we'll push back tail west, and we're going to taxi across Delta Alpha full length to runway 15. We can also load up we can pin these because it's going to be a quick flight. Silicon 6 will pin you. Looking at the Silicon 6, we'd probably route review this here at the gate coming in at Trox. We already looked at all the fixes. We get a descend via up to cruise. We're going to set Clyde for 4,000. That's going to lead us right into the ILS to 30 left, which will pin that chart as well. San Jose 110.9. We'll cover that when I need to get there. But right now, I just go to pin charts. Love it. I absolutely love the flight pad. It might be my favorite EFB in the sim. It is that good. The flight pad might be one of my favorites, except now I can't go to night mode. But really good EFB. All right, so that's done. We're just waiting for the last passengers to board. We have our weather that's been received.
Burbank traffic, Frontier flight 444, line up runway 15.
Frontier's going to blast off. We'll watch his takeoff here. I found a bug. Nice job. That's what I'm here for, Chaos. There's our current weather. Burbank, variable at 3, 6 miles haze, exactly what the sim is showing. 29 or 9 or 4. San Jose, variable at 3, 9 miles. Looks a little bit clearer out there, 997 on the meter. So, looking good all the way around. Check alternate wind. We don't care about alternate wind because it's right here. And we are going to be flaps 3, and we'll float in our numbers when it's time, but we'll leave you on this page as a reminder. All right, we could admire the southwest pushback. Oh, look at that.
Completed. From the flight deck. On behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to see final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
So cool. Love it. All right, we're up and running. We can't push tail to the west, so we'll wait for southwest to clear. Let's go ahead and close up shop. So, 0 fuel weight, 129.7, 32.5. That checks. It's updating. And takeoff speeds, 21, 22, 27, 121, 122, 127. Toga flaps 3 static, packs on. No flex, 1720 set across the board. Let's go to the ground ceviches. We'll disconnect that. And we are ready. Burbank traffic at Frontier Flight 357. Get ready to get pushback off Alpha 7. Taxi into 15. Burbank. Beacon lights coming on. Doors are closing.
Flight attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
Should have closed the door.
Burbank traffic, Frontier 542, taxiing 15 via Alpha. Crossing 266.
4-star checklist. Windows, doors, slides, close and arm. Beacon on. Thrust levers idle. Parking brake on. Before start check is complete. I can't believe I remembered that. Just pulled that out of the old memory bank there. Alright. Pushback. System on. Confirm. Call the tug. This is going to be a spicy pushback here. What kind of tail pod does the Southwest have? Looks like the BBJ. What are you talking about? Tail pod. Never heard of a tail pod. What do you mean? What kind of tail pod?
Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 444.
Chris Stuper, my man. What's going on, dude?
Time is 3,500. Gonna circle around in north. Burbank traffic.
AJ sounds stressed. You stressing? Chris Stuper, man. PSA. Let's do LAX to Burbank. Well, no, let's do what do we do? Like Portland to Burbank in the L1011? That'd be sweet, Chris Stuper. Cockpit to ground. Got a cockpit ahead. Yeah, we're all set down below here, Captain. Release brakes. Brakes release, standby. We're calling for push. Ground, Frontier Flight 357, Alpha 7, ready to push. Frontier Flight 357, Alpha 7, hold your push. Traffic behind.
Southwest 346, going to traffic to, or taxi to runway 15.
325
Was I
via
hiring?
Alpha, and we're going to cross runway 26.
Oh, up here. Huh. Would you look at that? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. That is interesting. Does anybody know? I have no idea. You can see it on that one too. Interesting. This is Frontier Flight 357. Push approved. Tail west. Push approved, tail west. Frontier Flight 357. Oh, it's so cool. I love being able to full manual control pushback chaos. Look at that fly quietly sign. Problem is, I don't think I have a I don't have enough for a full right rudder. I think they gotta actually hold pushes on. They gotta gift you a spot to push before they can land somebody. Oh. Uh-oh. Did I break it? An outside view? Oh, disconnecting? Well, that's gonna be a hell of a turn. Well, we'll figure it out. Actually, could we go... Oh, the EMAS is there. We might be able to make that right turn out. Let's go ahead and start them up. Ignition mode to ignition start. Let's listen to it from outside, should we? Starting engine 1. That's pretty sweet. You hear the PTU out there? Alright, good start on 1. Starting 2. PTU was really going off on that one. Yeah, this is BM World on Marketplace. BJ. What an amazing sound set. What an amazing sound set. Lemon Wolf, absolutely. Definitely need to do one of those. Chat would never set the parking brake. That's why. That's why the PT was going off, because the engine masters were split and the brake wasn't set. Remember when I said, well, the PT was really going crazy? You guys didn't catch me. My park brake was off.
Please prepare for takeoff.
See? System simulation. That's impressive. Impressive. All right, good start. That's coming off. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Very impressive. Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357, we're going to taxi, hold short runway, 0 weight taxi on 15. Let's see how tight. We might have to run over this guy here a little bit. Fubar, I wouldn't say it's necessary, but it helps a lot.
Burbank traffic for track 69 airborne passenger 3000.
If you can utilize auto FPS, Fubar, you'll be all right. If we have 32. Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357, crossing runway 0826, taxi into 15, yeah, Alpha Delta. All right, let's go ahead and we'll get this on. Yeah, let's get that on as we cross the runway here. We're gonna hold all checklists till we cross the runway. Let's get it, Alberto D. What's up, my man? How you doing, buddy? Man, I swear I could see the mist, like, in the wing view there. Do you see the mist, like, drifting across the runways? You sound stressed. Touche, AJ, touche. Thank you for the $3 super chat, my man. Alright, we'll get her straight here. Let's go ahead and make sure we did everything. After start checklist. So that's set, that's on max. Spoilers arm. Flaps 3. That's a big no-no. We started taxiing without getting the flaps out. And, oh, we can turn the pushback system off. Go over to that chart page. That's fine. All right, auto brakes max, takeoff config checked. Boom, boom. TARA on 2000 set. Slow it down here, Chief. Short taxi. Ding the flight attendants. Strobe light come back off here. Ooh, there's another Frontier over there. Look at the, I think this is part of the livery. You see, like, the riveting on the top of the wing? That looks so good. Does a Neo come with liveries? So, no, I believe all the liveries, you got to get them on Flight Sim TO. This particular livery I'm using is a Hughes livery from the Flight Sim TO, and it says it's only compatible with 2020, but it's been working fine with 2024. So if you're wondering why, if you're filtering by 2024 liveries only, and you don't see it, you're wondering why, it's because you got to filter by 2020 as well. It's a Hughes livery, Frontier, Shelley the Sea Turtle. I believe it's a pack. You can download a couple of them. Look, there's the new Burbank terminal. Look at that. That is cool. Note, crane, indeed. Crane, 125 feet left of runway 15 centerline. Altitude indicates 175 feet AGL, unlit, marked. Thank you for reading the NOTAMs, AJ. Look at that. That's going to be the new terminal. Wait, is it? The new terminal's not operating yet, is it? Or is it? I haven't been to Burbank in over a year, so... Is it operating? Increase CAT CT. Circling minimums. That's right. AJ says, I haven't bought the Flightbox 320 since I bought the Phoenix back in the day. I mean, AJ, if you're tired of waiting for Neos and you want to mix it up, man, I'll be honest with you, dude. I had a really fun first flight. I botched the landing, but we made up for it. Hopefully the San Jose landing will try to be smoother. But I'm having fun with it, man. And it's free 95. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, full left-ish, full right-ish. That's as far as I can go without sliding backwards. Neutral. All right, that's all done. We never did set our takeoff trim. Let's go here. Fuel 32.9 on the CG. Close enough for government work. We're ready to go. It isn't. Just chartered the Mets there from New York City 2 weeks ago. Oh, right on, Reset Jet. Right on, my man. All right, Sid. Yeah, I can't pin it in. When they're pinned, I can't put them in night mode. Basically, a climbing turn and vectors. Cool. Where's that Frontier? Did he take off yet? Oh, we missed him. There he goes. I don't know why that guy has pink engine cells. I need to update my traffic, that's why, probably. You waiting for us, Southwest, or you going out?
Oh yeah, we're heading up. Burbank traffic, Southwest 346, lining up runway 15.
I'm curious now, what is that little thing on the tail of the 700? Do all 700s have that? I think this will be my first flap 3 takeoff I've seen. Scoob, awesome, man. We'll be climbing like a rocket, dude. We're doing a flaps 3 static Toga thrust, packs on. We already have more likes than views. So we killed half our viewership and our stream went dead for 20 minutes.
Burbank traffic, Frontier 542 is airborne. We're heading to...
Chaos, is there a way to, like, turn off the flight pad? Or does it always stay on? Oh, jeez. Taxi into the non-weight-bearing moment area. I love how
Burbank
we're going
traffic,
into
Southwest
night mode.
346, departing runway 15.
And you can see the lights starting to shine now. Absolutely love it. I love this sim, guys. You can open the quick menu top right. Oh, this menu. Oh. Whoa. Put you on standby. Look at that. Love it. Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357 lining up runway 15, Burbank. There goes Southwest. Let's watch him rotate. There he goes. Rocking and a rolling. Alright, fuel, min takeoff. Check it. 9-8, 10-2 on board. That's the only part of the checklist I remember. Alright, good enough for me. So Burbank, real world pro tip here. Don't follow that lead-in line for 15 departure. Come out here and take full advantage of all of this real estate here. Because that's how it's painted, real life, and from real life experience, I'll tell you, why waste all that real estate when you can just line up like this? Really good handling on the ground with the tiller. I'm very impressed with the ground handling and the like the shocks. You see how the nose is dipping and everything when we do that? Very cool. All right, we'll give him about another 30 seconds. And then we'll blast off. That taxi line is a lead-off line. Yeah, technically. Technically, it's a lead-off line. The aqueduct. Isn't Burr a captain only landing? Yeah, no. No, it was not. It was not for our... I don't remember, man. It might have been for us. Again, SOPs could be different for different operators. I want to say it was for us. All right, here we go. Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357, departing runway 15, Burbank. All right, finally, you get a full takeoff. Here we go. Spool 'em up 50. Yoga's in chat. Yoga. So nice. All right. Mantoga SRS. Auto thrust 80. Check. B1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Fly with. Beautiful. Start the right turn. And climb thrust. We'll do it from up here though. Thrust climb, auto thrust, flaps 1. Coming through SP, flaps up after takeoff checklist. I miss the bus. Sometimes. Burbank traffic, Frontier Flight 357 out of 4,000 feet, making the right turn. Westbound, headed north, last call, Burbank. Alright. Frontier Flight 357, turn right, heading 250. 250, heading. Oh, pull it. Hey, we saw those mountains earlier. Remember that? Remember I said you normally don't get to see that in real life because we're climbing up and just busy with traffic? We got to see it twice today because we went around. Continue that right turn. 300 when able, proceed direct. Whatever your first fix is there, Chief. We also need to pitch up, going above 250. Direct tiller. Navin. Continue the right turn to tiller. Golly.
Burbank traffic, Southwest 1 departing runway 15, Burbank.
Alright, here comes 10,000. I know, Captain McGee. I almost had a Boeing moment there. I tried to copy it. Alright, out of 10,000 feet, let's go lights. Alright, packs are on. Everything is looking good. Aircraft is doing aircraft things. Zoom this out a little bit. Let's go ahead and engage autopilot 1. Turn the sim down a little bit because I just want to take this in a minute because we're going to be pretty busy. Once we get to the top of altitude, it's going to be coming right back down. How does the flight model feel with flight force feedback? Sorry. Scoop, that's a great question. You're talking about in the bus specifically. So the side stick with force feedback, remember in the Airbus, if you may not know this, but the Airbus, there is no actual feeling or force feedback of the aircraft in the side stick. However, what having force feedback allows you to do is create profiling and create loads on the side stick to make it mimic the actual side stick of the aircraft. So we have 2 profiles that I pinned in the Discord under the Moza channel, under the hardware channel. And Team Vodka and I, we worked on them. Vodka worked very hard on them, getting them all dialed in. We basically have a new Neo side stick feeling, and then we have an older CEO, kind of a little bit looser, a little bit more backlash in the side stick feeling for the older CEOs. But you can only achieve that level of dampening and I guess friction without having a hard center point with a force feedback system. The closest to it without force feedback, in my opinion, was the Thrustmaster Warthog base. I used to rock the Warthog base for a very long time until I got force feedback, until force feedback really became a thing. I think that's your next best option for Airbus dedicated stuff only. But the Moza AB9 base is such a diverse base because you can use it like that. You dial it in for an Airbus almost exactly, and then you can also use it for conventional aircraft and still get, excuse me, I got hiccups now, and still get that force feedback like in a Cessna 172 or even a 7.3, whatever it may be. So it's a very dynamic base. Force feedback is the future. I always say if there's one piece of hardware that you're looking for to just really enhance your simulation, it's going to be a force feedback. Something force feedback. Whether you get a yoke or a side stick, it's going to be the best enhancement that you're going to get. I will never fly on my sim desktop again with a spring yoke or side stick. It is because it's just I just can't go back to it. Even if you want to fly conventional aircraft with a side stick, I still believe it'd be more realistic and it would be more enjoyable flying, say, a 737 with a side stick that's force feedback than it would be flying a 737 with, say, the Honeycomb Alpha yoke. Just because it adds that fine, precise control right around that middle pivot point that is so often covered up and kind of hard to get it through with those springs when they have that real stiff center point. After a piece of force feedback, then I think you need a quality throttle quadrant, whether you get a Bravo, I think that's the most diverse piece you can get, or you get a dedicated throttle like a Throttletek or something like that. Having a good throttle would be the second best piece of equipment you need. Then I would go rudders. And here's the thing with rudders. I don't believe you need a super high quality rudder to enjoy flight simulation. If you want to invest your money I would much rather invest your money or invest my money in a side stick or a yoke than rudder pedals. Now, I'm not saying that rudder pedals can't be great and can't enhance your simulation. I'm just saying that if you're looking to piece by piece systematically build a really awesome sim situation, get yourself just some cheaper rudder pedals that'll do the job, because you can adjust the sensitivity and the curves within the sim for the rudder pedals to make it work. Now, if you fly light GA all the time, that's your primary, then I may say your rudders are a little bit more important. But I would definitely go either side stick or yoke, force feedback, then a quality throttle quadrant. And again, there's a lot of them on the market. I'm not sponsored by any of them except Throttletek, which I used to be. The most diverse, though, without question, is the Honeycomb Bravo, because you can make it be anything you want. And then from there, I would go one of two ways. After you have a stick and throttle, it's either rudder pedals if you fly a lot of stuff that's not airliners. So if you fly black square aircraft, if you fly Lear jets or corporate jets, then I would go rudders. If you don't do that, then I would start going to either the autopilot panel or some sort of FMS system. I would put the autopilot panel above the FMS system just because the autopilot panel is, if you've never flown with an autopilot panel, you're really going to be impressed at how much easier the aircraft is actually to fly in the sim when you have a physical autopilot panel. Because this is how we fly the airplane in real life, right here. It's all done right here on this panel. It's designed to be quick. It's designed to be intuitive. And when you have that physical hardware, boom, you'll realize how much snappier you are and how much more efficient you become as your muscles develop the muscle memory of what knobs to push and pull and turn. So then I would go there. And then I think it's super fun, but it is a super, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's a super accent piece is having an FMC. Having the FMC is a whole lot of fun. However, it's not necessarily going to improve your flying. It's just going to be a whole lot of fun. So in my opinion, I would go some sort of autopilot panel before an FMC. I'm not saying the FMC is not fun. I freaking love the FMCs. Especially what I love about the FMCs is I could be in wing view right here. And so you get a direct, you just type in direct 2 on your FMC. You don't need to go back to cockpit view, right? So that's kind of neat. But it's not going to make you more efficient as a pilot. The autopilot panel is really going to make you efficient. And then the RMP. Yeah, he won't take the contact questions, exactly. I don't have a radio management panel yet. I need to get one. I've been kind of looking to see what's out there. I would love to get a radio management panel next. Absolutely. Rudders before McDo or MCP? I would say rudders definitely before the McDo. And I would say before an MCP, unless you already have rudders. If you have no rudders, you're probably going to need some way to steer on the ground. So unless you have a twist stick, I would get rudders. But not Bill James. If you only fly airliners and you have a twist side stick and you're wondering if you should get rudder pedals or an MCP, you would use the MCP more if you only fly airliners. I know you have niche hardware yoke, which seems pretty nice, but are there perhaps more user-friendly alternatives to that? Grogomeister, yes, so I don't know if you're talking about enforced feedback, there's the Moza yoke, which I don't have, but it is a little bit less niche, it's becoming more popular, but I don't have that. And then in the spring-loaded category, you've got the Thrustmaster yoke. And the reason I put the Thrustmaster yoke above all the other yokes out there, whether it's Turtle Beach, Honeycomb, CH, whoever makes the yokes, I don't even know what the spring-loaded yoke market looks like now. But the only reason I put the Thrustmaster above that is because that center pivot point, right? So just like I was talking about over here on the side stick, when you have force feedback, you can really dial in flying around the center, especially during flaring and taking off. With a spring-loaded yoke, you're going to run into that hard center detent right in the most important spot, the flare and the takeoff. The TCA eliminates that because it has a pendular axis. So for that reason alone, I rank the TCA above all other spring-loaded yokes. Outside of that, I personally don't have much experience with any other spring-loaded yoke other than the Honeycomb Alpha and my old Satex, which I don't even think they make anymore. My old Satex was actually, it was fine. I used it for years. Never had any issues with it. I think the Honeycomb Alpha yoke was nice for a little bit, but I had problems with it being extremely pitch firm. So trying to make fine control movements was really difficult. Basically ended up flying with trim or flaring with trim. And then
ladies and gentlemen, once again from the Flighttek, your captain speaking.
I had issues with the connections, the cable connections.
I do want to remind you to please keep your feet and elbows clear from the aisle as the flight attendants will be coming through the cabin with galley carts shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating near the front galley when the flight deck doors.
What about tiller? I would go tiller. Honestly, I would go tiller above McDo. I would go tiller. Vodka, what do you think? I would go tiller above a McDo because if you've never taxied with a tiller before, it's actually a pretty fun thing to do. And if you think about it, you're going to be using that tiller almost more than you will your actual side stick or yoke, because you're driving around on the ground taxiing for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes a flight, whereas you might actually only touch your side stick or yoke for 5 minutes if you're just turning it on at 1,000 feet and disconnecting at 1,000 feet, right? So, any tiller brand recommendation? Yes, I have 2. I did a video dedicated to tillers, Avion Mare. Let me get a link for you. If you want the honeycomb Bravo of tillers, Blackbird Controls, you need to go there. Blackbird Controls, he makes tillers that are extremely diversifiable. Chaos, what words am I looking for? Help me with my English. Modular tiller system, Blackbird Controls. That is the honeycomb Bravo of tillers. I just posted the link for you to watch it in chat there. Watch that video. Now, if you have a versatile, thank you, jeez, versatile tillers. If you are building a dedicated setup, then Cat 3 Design makes the highest quality dedicated tiller that I've found with a decent price. And he makes the 7.3, he makes the Airbus, and he makes the 777 tiller as well. So, but it's not versatile like the Blackbird tillers are. So it just kind of depends. Like if you're just so hardcore Airbus and you don't want anything else, then you're probably going to lean one direction. But if you might fly something else, what's great about the Blackbird tillers, you just, with the flip of one cover, it's all magnetic. It's a very ingenious design. I think Blackbird knocked it out of the park with his design for making it versatile. With like 5 seconds, you can go from an Airbus tiller to a 777 tiller without unplugging or replugging anything in. So that would be my recommendation there. And again, I would do tiller. I would rank tiller above McDo or FMS because it is fun. You're gonna feel awkward at first, like taxiing around. Like, this is kind of weird. The airplane, you guys really, but then you'll get used to it, and it's a ton of fun. Because one thing for me that broke my immersion, and if you've never flown an airliner or never taxied an airliner, one thing that is just so obvious to someone to a captain, for instance, I say in the U.S. because in the U.S. captains pretty much always taxi. I think like in Europe and stuff, I think first officers taxi too. It just depends who's flying the leg. But in the U.S., it's common practice that the captain is always the pilot flying on the ground, which means the captain is always taxiing the aircraft. So if you always taxi the aircraft with a tiller, when I got into the flight sim, the first thing that would break my immersion is I'm using my rudder pedals to steer my 180,000-pound airliner. That doesn't feel right. I don't like that. I'm not flying a 172 because rudder steering on the ground reminded me of flying light GA aircraft, because that's how you taxi light GA aircraft with rudder pedals. And it's a small detail, but it's something that, like, if you've done it for years, you're like, huh. Now, by any means, is it necessary? No, you don't need a tiller in the sim. You don't need any of this stuff in the sim. You could fly with a mouse, and there's people that fly with mouse and keyboard. But I'm talking about maximizing your experience. Having that tiller for me was a lot more enjoyable than I even thought it would be. Like, I set out thinking, okay, this will help my immersion, right? Immersion. And then I started flying with the tiller, or taxiing with the tiller all the time, and I got in touch with Cat 3 Design, and I was like, man, I really enjoy what you're doing with the tiller here. And he's, let me send you a Boeing one. Let me send you a 777 one. So anything that you see on my channel is stuff that I've personally used and vetted over time. I've turned down countless of other hardware things. I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but I don't need it. That's cool, I don't need it. So you can't go wrong with either one. And I do believe you'll enjoy the tiller a lot more than you think, Pop, that you will. Do you use any trim switch for the Bravo, trim for GA? No, one DSC, if I can show you. You can't see it, but Well, you know, on the Bravo, that's got a trim wheel. So I just use the Bravo trim wheel. I don't use anything else. I have a trim switch on my yoke, but I often, you'll see me even when we're flying with the Honeycomb Bravo, I often trim with the trim wheel sometimes when we're flying the Blackbird or Black Square stuff. So I don't have any additional trim switches or anything like that. Look at this. This is so neat. San Jose weather. Chaos. I don't know if you're still awake. I wish our real-world EFBs were like this intuitive. Like, look at the homepage. I got the weather. I got where we are in flight. I got our route right here. It's better than our real-world setups. I got my pin charts right here. San Jose Star. Silicon 6. Bottom altitude, we said Clyde at 4,000. Oh, look, it brought me to FO view, right where I belong. 4,000 set. It doesn't have auto descent. Look at, we got some traffic up in front of us, though. Jump seat view on the sunset. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the view. So, V1, do you think the Moza 210 will be worth the $818 price? Captain McGee, my man. I wish I had a better answer for you. How do I say this? Because I have not personally used it, I don't want to interject my opinion on if I think it is good or not good. I mean, I can think that it's going to be good, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you, yeah, that's the best thing since sliced bread. Even though I want it to be, it's just because I haven't used it. So if I haven't used it, I'm not going to say, yeah, it's good, you should buy it. What I'm saying is do your due diligence. I'm sure there's a lot of reviews out. I mean, XP72 has one. Blue Games has one, I believe. Do your due diligence on YouTube. See what the reviews say. My experience with Moza, as far as the side stick, has been great. The software has come a long way. That's where force feedback is going to separate itself. So you got Wind Control coming out with their stuff. You have Moza already out. There's Brunner out there. There's a Flight Sim yoke, FLITE. They're all going to probably be comparable in terms of the physical aspect of the yoke. What's going to separate all of those companies is the software that you use daily to configure the profiles and stuff on that yoke. So in my experience, Moza is doing better than Brunner. I have a Brunner yoke and I have a Moza side stick. I wish my Brunner yoke profiles worked like my Moza does. But because I don't have the Moza yoke, I don't know exactly how it feels, and I don't want to skew anybody to spend that kind of money to something I don't have any idea how good it is, or not good, but I'm pretty sure it's good. I also have a Brunner side stick too, that's true. I have that on my home PC. Any thoughts on the Rosefire 7.3? Dude, Average Squids, they hit me up early on, like way before they released it publicly. And they said, hey, this is what we got so far. What do you think? I said, it looks good, but you need to do this and this. They did exactly what I said. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Now it looks really good. And then I then sent them an email. I was like, hey, man, I'd love to get a version. I'd love to get that overhead, do a review on it, take a look at it, and show it on the channel. And they responded yes, or I thought they did, but then that was it. Crickets. I got ghosted. I never got anything else. So I would love to see one. I haven't pre-ordered one. I would love a 7.3 overhead, dude. Absolutely would love it. It looks good. If you like the little rubber switches on there, that's because I told them to do that. Before they were just the metal switches, I said, nah, that doesn't look right. But yeah, the Rosefire 7.3 looks cool, man. I would love one. Al Loper says, the owner of Cat 3 is a cool guy. I had an issue, emailed them, and the next day we got on FaceTime call, ended up having to have it replaced, and he FedEx replacement overnight. Al Loper, that's awesome, man. Good to hear it, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, gosh, it's been so long. Why can't I think of his name? He probably doesn't want his name. Anyway, but yeah, Cat 3, he's a good dude, man. He flies here in the U.S. He was out. He started his tiller business. I believe he was on furlough in Australia during COVID. Or he may have already started it, but like that's when it really took off. He started because he wasn't flying, because all the planes were grounded. So we really started his business. We really kicked off his business during the COVID era, and that's when we got in touch. And yeah, great dude, great dude. I've seen a few Roast Riders reviews and they're not particularly good. Really, Eastern T3. See, I haven't seen any reviews yet, so maybe there's a reason they don't want to send me one. Ben Stark, it was Beautiful World Burbank. It's on Marketplace only. If you wind the stream back, you'll see when we taxied out, we went right by the new terminal. It looked pretty dang good. So if you haven't already, click on the V2 link there in the chat box and subscribe to the V2 channel. I'm gonna clip. That'll be part of the clip. So it'll be instances like that. So taxiing by that new terminal, I'm gonna clip that. I'll put it on the V2 channel. That way you don't get lost in a 5-hour stream. Where was he when he was at the new airport? What airport? Boom, right there. V2 clips, ready to rock and roll. So that's kind of what that channel is gonna be for. Just make sure if you do get it, Ben, make sure if you have the Orbix one, you uninstall it, because I did not do that, and I had terrible performance, as one would expect. But taxiing out, taking off, I didn't have any issues. It's actually pretty smooth. Bruner has a cheap side stick now, too? Really, Vodka? I did not know that. Can you also jump seat on other operators? Yes, Friction Mafia, yes. I read that Moza Yoke had some problems with trim feeling, but I couldn't find exactly the problem, and it's fixed. Interesting, Avio Mayor. See, yeah, and it's little things like that where I don't know how it's going to react, so I don't want to endorse something that I have no idea if it's good or bad. It has nothing to do with me being a sponsor or getting a free one or not getting a free one, whatever. It's just my honest opinion. Like, how could I tell you if it's good or bad if I've never used it, right? So, and Moza, and full disclaimer, Moza did send me my AB9 base, so they did send me the base. I was actually kind of surprised they didn't send me a yoke, but
San Jose traffic, Frontier Flight 44.
But yeah, I guess technically I need to put that disclaimer out there. Captain Iceland Air, no, we did this. We're doing a sunset flight for fun.
We have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
Nice. Yeah, Captain Iceland Air, did you fix your? Did you get your thing aligned yet? Your aircraft aligned?
San Jose traffic, crew track 69, type 737, about 32 degrees south.
I hope Wingflex makes a Boeing overhead. Yes.
500.
Wait.
We're going to be taking
Nick Oatmeal. Is that the one XP72 has? I got to get XP72 on the streamer. Actually, I think he sent me a message the other day. I got to respond to it. Terrible at message responding. I don't know whose it is, but XP72 has an Airbus overhead that is so freaking cool, man. That has a beacon. It has a I mean, look at me. I mean, it's cool to me. Like, people are probably like, well, what do the buttons feel correct? And I'm just caring. All I care about is, dude, if you turn the strobe light on, the freaking strobe lights go off on the overhead. Like, how cool is that? Or if you turn the beacon on, the beacon goes off on the overhead. You have the overhead floodlight. It actually works on the overhead as well. I mean, it's little things like that that get me like excited. I don't know why. You having problems with the sim? Uh-oh, Captain Iceland Air. Hopefully it's not a livery issue. You're not trying to run any old liveries on the 320, are you? You got to be careful with that. This one works. The Frontier one works. I've got that vetted, but I do know sometimes having a non-compatible livery can cause a lot of weird things. Kind of missed the 320 chat. Since we're on descent, I asked a procedural question earlier and I may have missed the answer. I'm sorry, no, I probably missed it. But what is the easiest way to fix a too steep path? All right, so Scoob, there's a couple different reasons why you'll get a too steep path. Sometimes it's a nuisance too steep path because what you have set up in the box at that current moment, it's calculating that it's out of its capabilities, but that may go away if you change your vector or whatever. Generally speaking, not generally, in the bus, the descent is calculated on thrust idle, and if you are going to, if that descent calculated in the box is not going to meet the restriction or a restriction, that's when you're going to get that message. The easiest way to fix it, get the speed brake out. Get the speed brake out full, start coming down. If that doesn't fix it, there's a couple other things you can do. If there is an altitude window that is like at, or say there's an altitude window that says between 10,000 and 15,000, if you make that a hard altitude of 10,000, the lower of, that may fix your descent issue going forward. Another way to fix it, depending on where the fix is and what type of scenario you're in, if you want to increase your rate of descent, that can also, or excuse me, increase your airspeed, that will also increase your rate of descent if you're in an open descent mode. So let's say you're descending and you got a descent speed of 270 knots in the perf, but you're still too high. If you change your perf descent to 310, it may actually, it'll recalculate that, and it may give you enough leeway to get rid of that descent window, or excuse me, descent message. But that's kind of a tricky question to answer when it's when I don't have a specific scenario, like I'm on this flight plan, this is my arrival, this is my perf, I'm getting it too steep for the fix of silicon. Like, it's hard for me because I need to know exactly where you are in space to know to give you the best answer. But generally, those are some general ways that you can increase your rate of descent. Winds are variable at 3. We'll put 0 for 0 in here. Temperature down there, it's a beautiful night. 19 degrees. I love San Jose, man. I freaking love it. 2.9 or 9 or 7. Let's get a baro in here. Pin charts, San Jose approach. Now it's working, Chaos. I don't know what happened earlier. ILS straight in, 257. Don't have to hard tune anything. Pretty sure he is on Earth, not in space. Situations are situational. That's what I meant. Thank you, Tyson.
San Jose traffic, Frontier Flight 444, clear runway 30.
I threw out my desk lamp. I used dome light switches. That is cool.
Right.
I tried to use a Hawaiian liver in MD-80 once, and it caused the sim textures to look like that rainbow soap and care wash. Dude, prodigist. I tried to use a... Oh, we missed the sunset. I missed the sunset, dang it. I tried to use an old livery.
69, 10 miles final for 30 left.
Why are we speeding up so much? I tried to use an old livery on the MD-80. Dude, it bricked my sim. I had to launch in safe mode. Then I deleted the livery and it was totally fine. Like, I confirmed a Leonardo MD-80 livery that was not compatible. I tried to make it work. It bricked my sim so hard I had to launch the sim in safe mode, exit the sim, go back, delete the file from the community folder, because I tried deleting it the first time. It didn't work. Still, the sim would still not boot. But yeah, sometimes liveries do the weirdest things, man. And I don't know why, because you think it's just oh, this is what happens. See, vertical speed. So we're getting chaos. We're getting something with these arrivals that's causing that VNAV to pop off. Thrust idle descent. Now the airplane should catch up to it here. We'll see. This is above 15, below 19. Ooh, brother, it's going to be tight. Let's get a little speed break out there. What is the difference between baro and radio? Baro is a barometric minimum, which is on your altimeter in MSL, above sea level. The radio minimum is that same position in space, but your height above ground level. Example, I'm landing on a runway that is 100 feet above sea level. My minimums are 200 feet AGL, which means my baro minimum is 300 feet. Pressure altitude. Come on, KS. Alright, there's through 18. Magic barrel refs. 2996 set across the board. Seatbelt sign, stay on, we never turn it off. Wing lights are coming on. We'll wait for 10 for the other ones. Still a wee bit high here. You don't have to delete it now, Chaos. I saw it. Damage is done. Approach legs. Don't get me started on approach legs.
San Jose traffic for track 69 short final runway 30 left.
Look at this. I love coming into San Jose at Blue Hour. Down the valley, Gilroy to San Jose. Yes, sir, 1 DSC.
San Jose traffic, appropriate 542, 514 miles from Clyde of the other speedo.
You know what? I want to hustle down because I want to look for the blue IBM thing. That's fine. We'll stay on profile. I was going to open to send us down. Let's keep the speed brakes out. We got to slow down here, though. You posted your overhead setup on the Discord peripherals? I'll take a look, man. That's cool. Right, we're catching back up to it, 500 feet high. We'll go auto brakes low. Hold on, I gotta check my internal knowledge for Spirit's latest and greatest. I don't know, seems to be a whole lot of hoopla. Nothing official from inside. Well, the Wall Street Journal posted that article, freaked everybody out. Ooh, flight control speed brakes still out. That's on me because we're on profile. The engine's thrusted up. Do you see that? Airplane wanted to be at idle thrust for the planned vertical path. I had the speed brakes out, caused positive thrust increase. Ding! Speed brakes out. AKA, tell me you're new on the Airbus without telling me you're new on the Airbus.
We're runway 30 left at FBW320.
Yeah, Gus, I'm actually looking at doing that next. There's three options for the next stream, Gus. X-Plane, Zebo, Lear 35, Microsoft 2024, L1011 long haul, watching the L1011 green dot video. You fly this in the 7-3 all the time from SBP. It's not Santa Barbara. Is it Santa Barbara? Yeah. And Palm Springs? Nice, dude. I love West Coast ops. Freaking love West Coast ops. Here, we're going to go off profile. Let's go 5,000. Open descent. Through 10. I want to get down low because I love coming up this valley. Absolutely love it, man. We're at 10,000 feet. What do? Select speed. Activate, confirm the approach phase. Any speeds on the arrival? Nothing until Clyde at 2:30. So let's hustle down to 5. Get a good view of the valley. So there's Santa Cruz, there's Monterey. And, oh, where's P6 at? Monterey Bay, Well, that's Moss Landing right there, I believe. That's Moss Landing. Santa Cruz up here, where I'd go spend a lot of my summers, man. Santa Cruz, California. Captain Islander says, I'm embarrassed. I put a bunch of Phoenix liveries in the community folder for the fly-by-wire. Nice. That'll do it, man. Gosh, this sim at night, Blue Hour is the best. UCSC banana slugs. Rescue Barry. Yeah, we got to get Barry out of his hiding. All right, we're gonna get a better landing on this one, guys. Toss it down. Let's get the speed brakes out. Let's just get down to 5. San Jose traffic, Frontier Flight 357, joining the Silicon 6 transition for 30 left, San Jose traffic out of 7,000 feet. If you think the fly-by-fire... Oh, do you think the fly-by will left behind as soon as the Phoenix Neo releases? No, I don't, because I believe there's a lot of... people that are not going to want to invest in the Payware Neo.
It's about 10-mile final from runway 30 left.
And they're going to be completely happy with the fly-by-wire. I mean, for freeware, it is incredible. I mean, I have flown way worse Payware airplanes than the free fly-by-wire Neo. So it is no slouch, man. Does it have some quirks here and there? Yeah. Does it have some stuff that's not simulated? Yeah. But you can't beat the price, and there's definitely a market for that. All right, let's continue. Open descent to 4. Uh-oh. What did I just do? Oh. I'm looking for my altitude over here like I'm a freaking Boeing guy. All right, 4,000. Good night. I'm going to need to stay current on this airplane, y'all. We're going to need to fly this more. Now, there should be... Yeah, here's the lake. I love looking at that. Guys, the amount of times towards the end of my Airbus career, pretty senior captain, so I would bid mostly what I wanted. I'd fly up here as much as I could. The amount of times I sat here on this view right here coming in, reflection of the coffee in the direct vision window. I love it, man. Love the Airbus. So cool. So cool we get to experience this. Work a livery if possible, that'd be cool. Ooh. Alright, let's dial it back. Descend and maintain 3,000. Alright, flaps 1. Speed checks.
San Jose traffic southwest 346 on 5-mile final from runway 30 left.
Alright, we got low and slope. Let's go ahead and arm it. There it is. There's the blue IBM thing. I don't know what it is, but I flew over it one time, and I couldn't I was like, that's kind of cool. And then we flew it in the sim, and I was like, I wonder if this blue IBM thing is here. And sure enough, it's right there in the sim. So cool. All right, runway's in sight. Approach is armed. Coming back to 180. We'll do this one proper. Flaps 2. I feel like the trees. Is that all Bijan Seasons doing that? But I feel like the trees being separated like this in the fields looks different. You know how it separates them out? Maybe it's just the California update. It might be the California update. Because before, I feel like this was just all tree, you know? All right. We're slowing down. What was this? What's the magic window again, guys, for the Airbus? Glide slope low. Update our magic barrel ref. What's the touchdown zone?
San Jose traffic.
57 feet. Call it 100 feet.
Short final for runway 30 left.
San Jose traffic. Frontier flight 357 on a 10-mile final. Runway 30 left. San Jose.
2,500.
Oh, we need to record this one. Recording is on. Sound is up. Yeah, Gus, I feel low now. You got me thinking about it. I should be like about like yonder. I think you're right, Gus. I think right about there. That's my good view. There we go. That looks better, Gus. Oh, we're behind. Manage speed. Gear down. Remember, we're supposed to do it. Actually, no, we're right on the money. 2,000 feet.
Please prepare for landing.
VFE next minus 10 flaps 3. And flaps full. Landing checklist. Notified. All right, before landing checklist. Get
San
guys
Jose
out of
traffic.
thrust.
Southwest
Speed. Auto brake slow.
346 is
ECAM
clear.
memo.
Runway 30 left on
Landing
Juliet.
cabin blue, because we're waiting on the flight attendants. Landing check is complete. San Jose traffic, Frontier flight 357, 5-mile final, 30 left. McOatmeal. No, I just have my rubber gator sitting on top of my
San
Moza.
Jose traffic to Southwest 346, crossing runway 30 left.
It's just sitting on
30
top.
right. Sorry.
1,000 feet stable, clear to land. Look at that. See? No problems getting stable. 2,000 feet above touchdown zone. We were right there, pretty much right at 2,000. No issues at all. All right, autopilot's coming off. No excuses this time. I don't know why our flight attendants aren't ready. Picked up a nice little headwind there. 12 knots. Come on, auto thrust. Come on, baby.
Hundred above. Minimum.
Landing. I don't know what happened to our guidance
50,
there. That's interesting.
40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Come on, where you at? Oh. $80. Manual brakes.
Auto brake off.
60. Stow them. San Jose traffic, Frontier flight 357, clearing runway 30 left, crossing runway 30 right, San Jose traffic. All right, we're going to clear right, we're going to go straight across the final, we won't reconfigure. I've always loved that. as a passenger when you cross a parallel and they leave all the flaps and stuff out. It's cool. The little things. All right, stow it. Flaps up. Get the lights. See, I wish I had an overhead right now, like XP does. Welcome to San Jose. Tell you what, let's get the APU on. We're gonna shut him down here. We'll park right next to AJ. We need 3 minutes on cooldown, so we'd probably have to sit here for a minute if this was real life. Mars, it's the Burbank. Well, we're in San Jose right now, but Beautiful World Burbank in the marketplace only. Marketplace only. Wind back to Takeoff if you want to check it out. Get on the line here. We don't have a stop line. Oh, okay. She's ready. Brake set. Pretend we have 3 minutes. Shut them down. Listen to the people undoing their seatbelts.
The doors verified?
Doors verified? Alright, beacon lights coming off. Fuel pumps are coming off. APU bleeds coming on. Seatbelts off.
Yeah, the traffic stop was 1001. About a 8-mile final. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Jose. I'm going to stop the recording. We got a buddy on final out there. Let's go see his landing, and then we'll watch ours, and we'll get out of here. Absolutely love it. Let's go see what this guy's got here. How far out is he? Oh, he's over the buildings now. Not bad. We'll put it on the touchdown zone. Right about here. I'll do the rotation up as well. I need more rotation speed, drone speed. Turn you off. Alright, recording is done. We're deplaning. Man, we got all kinds of traffic on final. Oh, this is the guy with the pink engines. Both the kids are throwing up SOS. Mickey G. Oh, no, dude. I'm so sorry, man. You know what's interesting? Dude, my kids had that last week. They both came down in the middle of the night because they were throwing up. I wasn't home. And I don't know what it was. Nobody had, like, fevers or anything. I don't know if something's going on or what, dude, but Godspeed, brother. That is no bueno. Thank you for flying fly-by-wire. Hey, Chaos. Thank you, man. Thank you for being here. Mr. Never Sleep Chaos. This guy have his gear down, or is that a... I don't know. Maybe he's got the max 10 gear. Oh, there they go. But shout out to Fly-by-Wire for sure, providing an excellent freeware aircraft. Oh, that looked pretty good. That looked pretty good. A little bit of a lag there on touchdown, but that was a pretty good profile. That was a pretty good profile. Ooh, we got two more. We got a guy on 30 right. All right. Who's 30 right? It's fancy. Late night San Jose ops. Yeah, you're clear to land 30 right. And then we will get out of here. Time check. It's 5 o'clock. We got to go. That's to go. Popcorn movie night. I'm probably going to miss the first half. That's right. Oh. That looked like a Southwest landing. Not too shabby, my friend. I got to update. Vodka, you got to remind me to update this stuff before we land. How far out are you? You're way out there. Wait, what? He's vacated. Who's out there? He's over the buildings. We'll watch our last one. Leave no man behind. Leave no man behind. We got one more. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to stream for the next 20 years, so
Was 1001 clear of 30 right.
we'll give him some tunes. You get anticipation music when you're the last one. Where you going? 30 left or right? I think he's going the right side. Leave no man behind, Vodka. We'll let him. We'll wait for him. Just turned on Moana 2 for the kids. Nice, Mickey G. We got a sick kid in November. 36 hours later, we're at ER for an emergency appendectomy. Oh my gosh, dude. Well, pray for a speedy recovery. Hope all is well now, man. I'm back in November. Yeah, dude. Kids are wild. Kids are wild. Question is, I think I just have to turn the engine masters on. I think we'll be good to go. Because the APU's on, so we should be good there. Let me check my Spirit internal. I don't know. I will tell you this, that the uncomfortableness is up now. Still book tickets through June though. Still no official outcome yet. Basically, the creditors, Citadel. We'll see. Citadel's holding out for money. All right, what you got? Make it good, man. You're the nightcap. That looks like a Neo. All right, don't screw this up. Oh, looking good. Rock steady. Oh, slow-mo. Oh, we got a slow-mo lag. That actually is pretty cool. I've got to update my AIG. I think it's doing that lag. That looked pretty good, though. Pretty stable. I still got 2 windsocks in San Jose Orbix. Had it for 20 years. Still got 2 windsocks. All right. Let's watch our replay. Let's do this. Let's put the beacon on. Let's do this. And let's close up the doors. Close that. And let's see what happens when we go into replay mode. I'm going to mute it for a sec. Boom. We have sounds? We do. We have sounds. Flaps are coming out. Night approach San Jose. Look at that. That is a beautiful... I don't know why. Some approaches... Like, there's nothing special about flying into San Jose at night, right? There's, like, no crazy terrain features. It's not crazy short runway. It's just... There's some approaches that just feel different and hit hard. This one does. I don't know why.
Disconnected from my veil.
Oh, crud. Thanks. Sorry. Can't get banned from my veil. Hey, thank you all for flying along. That was cool. We had a lot of traffic for a last-minute stream there. Like 5-6 airplanes. Awesome stuff, guys. Thank you. All right, how we looking? Everything is good. What's our throttle doing? Throttle not doing throttle things? Why is our throttle stuck at idle? Oh, the engines, I think, are starting. Yeah, here they come. Throttles are coming up. Gear is down. Look at that. All right. Let's run it forward a little bit because I do got to go. So we'll leave one long one for the end. Gate terminal lighting, 10 for 10. Yeah, it is, man. Glad to join. Finally got my Aveo working, so I'll be joining in the future. Excellent, Prodigist. That's awesome, man. Yeah, we are streaming on Aveo pretty consistently now, so if you guys do want to fly along, and you're like, why he's not on VATSIM? Yeah, it's on IVAO. Not too hard to set up. Actually, really good model matching. And it's pretty neat. Hold it off for the butter. Hold it off for the butter. Check close, hold the flight deck to sim butter. Oh yeah, Chad, that was a greaser. That was a greaser. A link to the livery. If I can find it. Because I love you. I think I've got it here. Hold on. This spoiler down. Yes, so this is the pack. It's a 2-pack, but I'm only using Shelly the Turtle. I haven't verified the other one, but here is the link. I know it says it's not compatible, but it does seem to work on my end, so don't brick your system and blame me. Install at your own risk, but that is the livery we are using, my friend. Scott, take it easy, my man. All right, let's see the touchdown. Moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. Yeah, buddy. Look at the parking garage lighting. That is spot on. Power's out. Hold her off. Hold her off. Oh, butter. Oh my gosh, the wheels barely even moved. Alright. Alright. Pause this. Start this. Start this. Wind it back. We're going to put it right there. We're going to reset the drone cam. And we are done. We're going to put it right here. Locked and loaded. Resume. Resume. Alright, guys. Gals. I had a fun one. I do apologize for the internet dropout at the beginning of the stream. Thank you all for hanging tough and staying with me through the end. Hope you enjoyed the little bonus leg. A reminder, if you're watching on replay, check the description. Check the link in the chat box for the V2 Simulations channel. You'll be able to find all the bits and pieces of the good stuff, the highlights from all the long-form content on that channel with links to the main channel to find the full videos. So do me a solid, head over there, subscribe, and I'm going to see y'all, I don't know when, to be honest with you guys. Next week's my daughter's birthday, so my only 2 days off. I'm going to be doing birthday things. And then I'm back on for another 4 days. And I don't know what happens after that. So I hope you enjoy some of the short form content I got coming for you. Until the next time, maybe it'll be chase plane. Who knows? Maybe we'll be in the 747 PMDG because I feel like I won't be able to stream for the next 5 years. Y'all are awesome. Stay safe. Enjoy the weekend. Mickey G, hope your kids feel better. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'm V1. See ya.